So we're back after getting a not particularly long amount of sleep. I didn't change the deck. I just left it as is for what we decided yesterday. I don't have to think about it as much. We are playing one of the blue steelist lists of all time. We cut all the cards that I thought were super good in blue steel, and we added back in cards that I hate because I thought they were really bad. Whatever. This is what we were having the best success with yesterday, especially against red-purple, as well as the mirror. So we took out all the fun cards, so there's no one-of fun-ofs outside of specifically Fire the Cannons, but this is just the uninkable version of Baboom, basically. We removed the Alice, unfortunately. I do think the Alice probably still has a place, honestly, but I didn't want to figure out what the cut was for it, so it is what it is. It got cut. It's probably maybe like the last hard-headed, like the third hard-headed here. Or the fourth one, rather. We cut down this and put the Alice back in. But I didn't want to think about it at the time, and I had already submitted the deck last night, so... but this could probably just be an Alice for the extra copy. While this is good in the mirror, Alice is also pretty good at the mirror. We've cut down to 15 uninkables, so that our deck is more consistent through the early games, so that we can choose what we ink a little bit better. It also improves our mulligans somewhat with a better inkable count. We're back on Sad Beast, so that we threaten more card draw, since we cut the Gastons. Gaston was pissing me off yesterday, so he got the Axe. I do think the Gaston is probably really good, but I feel like, and then along came Zeus, is more necessary right now than it probably has been in a while, given that you need to deal with Surfer Minis a little bit more often than you maybe did before. Should be probably 9 rounds today. This is the Pack 10K charity tournament. We're playing for $10,000 in the top 16, so first place gets $2K, which is pretty sweet. Which I can actually probably bring up somewhere in here for the payout. So here's what the payout would look like. First place gets the invitational, 2K, 16, 13, blah, 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 blah. So there's money to be made in the top cut. We are playing the 2-game format today, which is what it is. First round should be starting pretty quickly here. And we're going to try and 2-0 as much as we can early on, especially. It is one of the formats of all time. I still don't love the bonus point with the 2-game format, because I think it's pretty toxic as far as how it rewards specifically 2-0ing and not being consistent throughout the day as well. Like, going 1-1 is a lot less valuable to, like, an entire exponential magnitude, essentially, over doing the just 1-1. Even though you can have an opponent or a player who fully loses, like, 0-2 a bunch of games, or a bunch of matches, and then still just 2-0s the rest of them, and can have a better score than somebody who 2-0s less games but wins more games. You can literally be 12-6 if you that would give you 15 points if you have 3 2-0s, and then 6 1-1s, versus an opponent who literally just has 5 2-0s, and then all the other 4 are 0-2s, and you both have the same amount of points. But you've won literally 2 whole more games than them. They are barely above 50% win rate, and you're at 66%, and they have the same score, which is, like, but it is what it is. Alright, so our round is up, so we'll battle, and then we can talk about the deck more throughout the day. That's not what I want. I want this, I want this, this. And that is not it. Come on. Alright. So, good luck today. We're going to do our best to play. We go first, and we don't know what our opponent's deck is, so we will mulligan accordingly. We don't have any ramps, so we're going to try and dig for some ramp here. We can keep maybe one of these. Let's keep the inkable one, since we're going first. So maybe keep this. We'll send these 5. Yeesh, okay. We still don't know what they're on. I'm going to go ahead and send the beast, and then pass. Wow, that is a draw. So all we've seen is Benja, so we don't actually know how good this Baboom is. We don't really have enough draw to support Bell. But depending upon what their second turn develops, we may get rid of this Baboom. Smee into Smee. Okay. My assumption is this is the mirror. There's no way that we can get up enough to have Lucky Dime. It's a bit sad, but I feel like I'm supposed to just keep the Smee back. Given how shit our hand is. The truly unfortunate part is if our opponent quills, we can't hard-headed it immediately, which is like really tragic on the play. Strength of a Raging Fire. So they very well could be on, and are more than likely on Steel Song then. Which is probably better for us, because it means that they have a really shit hand as well. If all they've done is... Oh, I see. Well, that changes things a little bit. That makes this a lot worse. And then we can just Baboom here. And then I honestly can just quest with Smee. So the reason that I'm questing with Smee here into Ursula is if they have Strength of a Raging Fire, I don't want them to be able to draw 2 cards without blasting their own Ursula. It's fine. I don't really care if they take the swords here. The swords is, like, not a real card in this spot. Zeus is a bit of a problem, since we are just on Double Beast here. Ripping a Cogsworth would probably be our best draw here. Their hand is very slow, though. The swords would have been good here, though. Even still. So they do have Let the Storm Rage on, so they are going to have to blast one of their own things, which I don't know if they really even care about, because they can hit the Ursula here. Or just choose not to use the ability, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah. Just get their extra card draw, hit their Ursula here. This will be good. Okay, I'm supposed to just send the beast. If they Dad Blast me, it's going to be pretty rough. They can sing Discard 2 with the Ursula. Bit of an awkward game. Not having any ramp and really just having Smee. Maybe I'm supposed to not keep the Baboom either, but I really don't think that I under-mulliganed that much. Because I did send... Oh. Unfortunate. They just blasted their Ursula. Well, that's good for us. We will take any advantage that we can get here. We will call that a bank error in our favor. We'll send the Beast here. And then just play Tinkerbell. And I guess we'll quest with the Beast. And if they decide to Flynn Rider into it, that's fine. I could just quest. I'm not too worried about it. Considering playing out the Lucky Dime, just like straight casting it next turn. We'll see what we draw. We have been given a gift by the gods, I suppose, with the opponent making a minor error there. I'm unsure if I even try to kill this Flynn Rider for them to draw the card. Because I can just race instead. Maybe I don't care if they draw a card. We can ink Flab and play the dime. I think that's pretty straightforward. So we can go to... I guess they can kind of race us. If I kill this, they are going to struggle with the race a little bit. Ah, fuck it. We got the dime, too. Wait, they don't draw into as much stuff. Like, I don't want them to draw into Zeus. We have 2 cards that can still threaten the Prince if they quest with it. So, like, the clock is definitely in our favor with the dime here. This is not the most exciting card. Without the Popsicle. Okay, so they found a Zeus, so they hit the Tinkerbell. Which is unfortunate. I assume that they're going to quest with both. Well, that's very good for us. So let's just hit here. We'll ink the Flav. Play Tink. And then we'll dime. Well, luckily our opponents threw this game in the garbage by not killing Beast and blasting their own Ursula. So we got a reprieve. We'll just play a Zeus, quest for 4. It is nice that knowing this matchup does make our mulligan decision a little bit easier for the following game. As a Beast, we'll quest, we'll play this. I don't think that the opponent is going to have much that they can do. They can kill both of these. The reason that I played the Mickey is if they Zeus again and, like, let the Storm Rage on, they could kill the Beast here, too. But I'd rather avoid that if we can. So that was round 1, and we were on the play against Green Steel. So I go second. I like the Fire the Cannons. I like the Quill. I don't necessarily need the bell in this matchup at all, so that can be ink. We can send these two. Actually, I'm going to send the bell because we're looking for Cogsworth, ideally. Dime was a really awkward draw. This is really bad. Hook I don't care about as much as I care about some of the other things. This is kind of a bad draw, actually. I don't know if I'm going to be able to attack two of their cards. So I guess I'm going to get rid of the Baboom. We'll use this to attack one. Since I have the extra uninkable here in the Mickey, it's going to make it harder to do... Like, between the Mickey and the Dime, like, I need to ink a little weird. Okay, so I play Flynn Rider. I'll probably shoot that. I can actually maybe shoot it with the Baboom here and then keep the Fire the Cannons to go with the Quill, since I can ink the second beast. Do that and pass. There's an argument for keeping FTC plus cannons to deal with an Ursula. But if I don't have any characters in play, I'm not as concerned about what the Ursula can do. We can deal with John, just not early. Bit awkward. I guess I'd rather play Beast, maybe, and force them to have a Zeus than this extra Popsicle. So we'll play this, we'll ink Mickey. I think I'm supposed to just FTC this. I don't have to. I don't think I do. Because we're going to want to swords this anyway most of the time to deal with the John. Friar Tuck would be annoying, but we can discard the Lucky Dime. Okay, let's hit the Dime. Play out a Beast. I think just pass. Thanks, Seymour. Appreciate that. We'll see if they have a Zeus. They might. Yep, they have a Zeus. Unfortunate. It's possible that I was supposed to shoot the Captain Hook because it's going to get in for an additional, like, 3. But it does feel like the way that we're winning this is with a Grab Your Swords, which we just ripped because we're geniuses. So let's just cast it and pass. Okay, they get rid of the Whole New World, but that's fine. We haven't really ramped enough to worry too much about the Whole New World here, and we can shoot the Flynn Rider this turn. We can save the Tinkerbell. I'm just going to play the Flav first to give us a little bit more resources to work with. We can get rid of the Rise of the Titans. I feel like that's unnecessary in this format. So we can bin this and just blast the Flynn Rider here and pass. I'm keeping the Smee because I unironically probably didn't need to ink there, and then I didn't necessarily need to worry as much about the Smee. That's kind of an interesting one. So here, I actually don't need that much more ink in this matchup. I think I'm going to draw 2 cards. Because I'd like to double spell. And this is the perfect spell to double spell with. So we'll play Cogs, we'll get rid of Rise of the Titans, play Smee. And then the game should just be over in our favor. Because now I can play either Tinkerbell or Beast, and then they can't really Zeus it either. The Smash can be still good. They likely can't attack with Ursula because they have the strength. I could sing Whole New World. I don't think we want to do that. I'm just going to Tinkerbell here. We're going to Tinkerbell, and then we can quest here. So yeah, we can quest with the Smee as well. We can quest with this and this. Then pass. Making us discard 2 would be annoying. If I have to Whole New World, I will. Beast. They can't really quest with anything then, unless they're going to sing and kill the Tinkerbell here. Which, if this is specifically strength, then they can kill Tink. Should be annoying. Listro doesn't matter. It does draw them 2 cards, but it doesn't actually kill the Smee, so they'll have to trade their Smee into it. But if this is tapped, we can actually shoot the Beast or the Cursed Merfolk here. Because we can kill the Ursula and then just shoot one of them. Bell. So how do I clean up the most stuff here? I can kill one of these with the Cogsworth. I think I leave them with the Cursed Merfolk, actually, and shoot the Beast instead. And then we just kill one of these as well. Like, I can do this. Let them go to 12 or 14. Yeah, I think that's fine. So we'll do this. We'll shoot the Beast so that they can only draw 1. And then we'll hit here. I don't love using my Cogsworth, but I'd rather remove more shit off the board. Maybe I don't have to do this, actually. I can just play Beast. Ink the Bell. And then pass. Because they don't have any instant lore gain. If they decide to use the Beast to kill the Tinkerbell, that's fine. Because I can still just, like, fight the rest of this pretty reasonably. Like, we can bully the Cursed Merfolk easy enough. I'm fine discarding the Whole New World. Because we're ahead here. We've been Whole New World. And then I quest here. Yeah, we quest here for sure to draw 2 cards. Big Tink would still be very good. Swords would be okay. We can let it go the Daisy Duck, but I don't think I care enough about that. I think I'm just going to grab your swords, the board, like this, and then quest with Cogsworth and Beast to start getting some Lauren, and then we can save Let It Go if they actually draw a card, like a real character. Because we're just not going to whole new world this game. And I'm okay with that, because we have enough on the board already. Like here, I can just play both of these. We can just hit the Daisy with the Flaversham. And just play more shit to the board. Play the Beast. And play this. We can do this. How much do I have? I have 8. Yeah, I don't care if they let it go here. We'll just do this to put them on a 1-turn clock. And I think that's fine. They just don't have that many things that answer our stuff, but it could be wrong. We could play a little more conservatively. Yeah. Nice. A nice 2-0. Our opponent did make a play mistake in game 1, so we were able to capitalize on that. With some kind of awkward games, but we made it work out. But it is a good matchup, I think, as long as we play into the Cogsworth kind of lines. Okay, so let's report our match real quick here, and then we can talk about the deck. Played 2 games. I went first, and then they went first, and I 2-0'd. Okay. So our score is 3. Alright, so let's look at the deck, and then we can talk about some of our choices, why we ended up making them, etc. Okay, so after playing a bunch of games yesterday, we played like 30, a little bit more than 30, almost 40 games yesterday. And we went through several different versions. We had some with the Cerberus in it, which I liked. And we were actually struggling, not into what you would expect that we would struggle into. Red-Purple was bullying us, like, a lot more than I would expect it to. I do think that Red-Purple is still a good deck if you know, are on the play, which we were on the draw quite a bit, obviously. But if they go 1-2 Surfer into, like, Castle, or even double Castle, we were sort of struggling. So we went up back to the 3rd Rise of the Titans. We also added some Along Came Zeus. This is a clean answer that is also singable with most of our things to both Tremaine, Maleficent Dragon, and Surfer Mini. And it also kills Beast Tragic Hero, so it kills the Sad Beast. And there's a few other things that it can take out randomly. It can kill a Bell, whatever, right? It can kill a Tinkerbell. A lot of things that this deals with. It also helps us with locations sometimes, especially Castle. Sometimes we'll have, say, a Cogsworth in play or a Smee or whatever, maybe one of these things, and we'll have a Zeus in hand. We can attack the Castle and then blast it. So it gives us a little bit more options alongside the Rise of the Titans to be able to deal with locations, as well as giving us more outs that are not specifically Let It Go to deal with Surfer. I really don't like using ramp, right? Using Fishbone Quill or Mickey, and then immediately just ramping my opponent. I've played enough games with decks that run Mickey Detective and Fishbone Quill to know that if you are just turboing a bunch of ink yourself, and then also using that ink to then play Hades or play Let It Go, just ramping your opponent right back, feels really bad a lot of times. We played a lot of yellow-blue, so Amber Sapphire in set 1, and the curve of, like, Mickey Detective into into a 5 was not uncommon there, and it was very strong. But then we played a lot of Hades because there just like wasn't a lot of other options for removal in those colors. And then what was happening is you would get to the point where all you had was Hades. You would be just ramping your opponent. They would kill your board, you know, with a Be Prepared or whatever. And then you were just like a really bad spot because all of your ramp that you did was just for nothing, which feels really terrible. I don't necessarily think it is that dramatic anymore, but the Along Came Zeus is also a full ink cheaper, and it's singable by Flaversham then because of it. So I think it gives us some more additional options that the other things that we had in this slot were not giving. So one of the big changes that we made for this deck yesterday, pretty late in the day, was we lowered the inkable count down to 15. And the way that we did that was, especially since we were adding additional uninkables, was we cut Gaston. There were a bunch of games in a row where we were just like drawing Gastons in the mid game, and we had 5 ink, and we couldn't play Gaston, and we couldn't really, like, it just, I don't know, it felt really awkward with the way that the deck was playing. And he was pissing me off, so he got the axe, is basically what happened. So it is possible that that is wrong, and maybe we should be adjusting some of these other numbers, but, like, I don't know where you're fitting in Gaston and still having, like, enough Grab Your Swords, enough Along Came Zeus to reasonably feel okay in this metagame as it stands. But we'll see. We'll see how today plays out. It very well may... it very well may give us some trouble today because we just can't find our specific cards. But as I've always said, and the reason that we cut Develop Your Brain from this deck as well, this deck does not need card selection as much as most, because we have quite a few redundant card draw engines, especially now that we have the Beast back as well. Because we have the Flaversham, which is the classic Popsicle Flav, ripping your items to draw cards. You can also dump the Quill, draw more cards. Mickey technically draws a card, rips it right off the top, and then counts technically as a draw, but it's not really different than like a Mal 3 or whatever. But we also have Whole New World, which draws us just 7 cards. When we are quilling, when we've ramped a little bit, you sing Whole New World, do it a bunch more, do it again, play Bell, do it again, blah, blah, blah. You end up with, 50 to 100% more ink than your opponent, so you're doing 2 or 3 powerful things in a turn, they're doing 1, and you can beat even decks that have things like Be Prepared because you just force them to do it every turn. And if they're also not keeping up on ink the same, pretty well the only thing that they're doing for turn is Be Prepared. You refill with 2 big threats or 3 big threats, a Smee, a Bell, and a Beast or whatever. And then if they have just single targeted removal, they have to decide between letting you Bell and potentially Bell Dime or removing the Beast or whatever, right? So we have a lot more draw. Obviously, Sad Beast can also be draw sometimes. We've sort of been in the idea of trying just to overload our opponents, things like Medusas, and just pretending that Zeus isn't real to play the Sad Beast. But I sort of came to the realization late yesterday a little bit that in the matchups where your opponent may have Along Came Zeus, the most important card in the deck is just Cogsworth anyway. So the Beast really is irrelevant there for whatever this slot would have been, because I wasn't playing Cerberus or whatever was in this slot anyway in those matchups, because what was important was getting out Cogsworth, so this was more of a priority than whatever was here anyway. So this is mostly just like an inkable additional thing. Sometimes it draws extra cards, especially if we're on the play and we can quill it out. It's fine. I don't know. I'm still not 100% sold on it, but we'll see how it is today. It does make the deck quite a bit more expensive. Obviously, the majority of the expensive cards in the deck are just tied up in Beast and really nothing else. I guess technically Bell is pretty expensive still. All the set 1 legendaries spiked up a lot. I think if you wanted to play this deck and keep it a little bit more budget, you could just cut the beasts, put something else in here, and then shave on the bells a little bit. Like maybe add another Tamatoa. You could add back in some of the locations, and I think you could do fine at a locals with that. I do think you still need the Tinkerbells and probably the Whole New Worlds and some amount of Lucky Dime. But I think that you could have this deck for 3-ish, 253, and it would be not unreasonable to still play. So it is expensive, but not like... You don't have to play a $600 version of this deck, I don't think, to still do well at a set championship, I would say. Especially a smaller one. I think you could still do okay with a set championship then. Thanks first to 20. I appreciate you. We're doing okay so far with 2-0. Game 1. Working. That's buns. I think this 10K actually pulled a bunch of people from the SCG because people didn't have to travel to Atlanta to play in a 5K, so they just got to play in the 10K online. Especially, I think, it's really rough for Atlanta because like people are going to Atlanta immediately again next month for the DLC, like the challenge. And I suspect that if you had to pick between one of them, you're going to pick the one that has, like, I don't know, we'll call the prize payout for top person, instead of being a 5K, it's probably like a 500K or something, depending upon how they do the serialization. I think those Mickeys are going to be worth just an insane amount. Pointers for this deck versus red-blue. So one of the things that you have to recognize about red-blue is that their ramp is similar to yours in that they have Fishbone Quill, but all of their own personal draw is tied up entirely in Flaversham. So we have all these Beast Hard-Headeds and all this Rise of the Titans. One of the easier ways I have found to try and deal with that deck is you bully their items, including Popsicles. Like, I wouldn't necessarily Rise of the Titans a Popsicle, but I would Beast Hard-Headed one in a heartbeat, right? You just take as many of their items off the field as you can, so that their Flavershams just don't have as many card draw options, right? And then if you minimize their card draw, then you can set yourself up to be ahead on ink, either with one or some... Like, I'm even fine with double Quill, you know, Quill Bell, whatever, so that when you Whole New World, if you're Whole New Worlding in that matchup, you have to be ahead on ink by quite a bit. And I'm not talking like one, you know, if you're both at 8 and you go to 9, like that's not really ahead enough for Whole New World to feel awesome. I'm talking about they're at like 5 and you're at 9. You Whole New World and then play a Bell, drop 2 more ink, you know, Quill something, you go to 12 to their 6 or whatever, then you can force them to use their Be Prepareds and their other answers on your things while you're playing like 2 at a time. And you sort of tax them in the same way that you might tax red-blue. Sorry, red-purple. Red-purple. So just like any red deck, you sort of just try to run them out of Be Prepareds and answers, and you make them ideally able to only really play one thing per turn, because you're just not beating Tamatoa Dime in the late game. You just don't have enough resources. There's not enough Let It Goes in the world to beat like this combo in the late game, especially if they have a bunch of other items. But what you can try to do is race it with just playing multiple things in a turn, because they can't always answer everything if you're playing 2 or 3 cards a turn, especially if those cards are also blowing up their items, because the items cost resources to play down, right? Quill is a bit of an exception there, because Quill doesn't cost as much, because it can ink something right away, so it's really only 2, especially if you're Whole New Worlding. But yeah, really you just want to limit their card draw so that when you're doing Whole New World, that it's on your terms and not theirs, if possible. The matchup is still a little tricky on the draw. Obviously, it's much, much better on the play. Because you can do this earlier. You can Beast hard-headed. If they play Quill, you can immediately hard-headed it or whatever. I would say that Smee is pretty important, but I think that it is less important than on the draw, certainly. Though you can leverage Smee to gain some extra lore on their turns where they have to play like Quill. Like, knowing breakpoints, like if I play Smee on my turn too, I'm likely not looking to have it exerted when they can also play a Queen of Hearts. Like, I would rather have this untapped to protect from Tremaine. Like, making sure that you're playing around Tremaine as much as possible, making sure that you know, are saving characters in spots where it makes sense to save characters, so that then they can protect your better cards from Tremaine. Like, sometimes you only have 2 things in play, and the answer that they have has to be Tremaine. You know, if your cards are a Beast or a Tinkerbell plus a Mickey or plus a Smee, if they have Medusa, then they would have to hit the Smee, and then that means 1 less Medusa for your Beasts and your Bells. Right? If they have Tremaine, then you just sack the Smee and you still have your other big card. The Let It Go is kind of awkward against Red-Blue because, again, you don't really want to ramp them. The only card I would really, truly feel okay about using Let It Go on is probably Tamatoa, especially if it's a, like, not high draw type of board for your opponent. Mostly because you can just get rid of... The crab is, like, your biggest threat, right? So this you try not to use until late, because most of their cards aren't that good. And then I guess making sure that that you are prioritizing the things that are most important, which is trying to get some lore, but then ideally leveraging like Dime Bell to try and close the game, because eventually it does become a race against Red-Blue. Which that's kind of a lot of information, but it's a weird matchup because, like, the Cogsworth is okay. You know, the Beast can be okay if you put it out early. The Hard-Headed feels better against a lot of the opposing ramp decks because all of them are Popsicle decks and all of them are Fishbone Quill decks. So if you're able to prevent, like, the Quill from getting a lot of value while yours continues to get value, if you're able to overtax their Judies, for example, then your Dime can be better. Like, most of the Red-Blue lists are running 2, sometimes 3, sometimes 3 Judies, right? We can go look. 5 days ago, we'll see. How many Judies have we got? 3. What about this one? 3. We've got... Oh, also not super playing into Scar, if you can help it, would be a good idea. Because Scar can, like, totally blow you out if you let it. And that can be a problem. But, like, you look at their removal, and it's a couple of Medusas, a couple of Tremaines. You know, it's a couple of Medusas, a couple of Tremaines. Mostly because they have to be conscious of their uninkables, right? Because this is still 18. Because it's the 2 dimes, the B-preps, 4 ladies, and then the Gastons. Because the 1 jump ahead, like, takes up, like, half an uninkable, right? Because this is something that they can play. But, like, knowing if you Whole New World them, like, what their count is on some of these removal spells is important, too. You know, if you can mostly run them out of Be-Prepareds, and then just make them have it. Just play really wide, play 3 or 4 things, and just have them have to try and race you. That can win you the game as well. But it becomes a race a lot in the mid to late game. Yeah, it does seem like... Yeah, it's probably 2, maybe 3 Judies. I don't think any of the lists can afford to run 4 Judies, if I'm being honest, because that is a lot of Judy hops. So being aware of how many of these have come into play already can allow you to have a dime out. Because if you have a dime that they can't kill in play, that gives you a lot more room to actually close the game. Because then your whole new worlds like into Bell or into Tamatoa, like these become a lot better. You can also even just use some of your twos, like doing a Smee plus a thing, you know, questing with whatever you've got, and then just diming a 2 can threaten a Bell or a Tamatoa on the following turns, right? You can use this as sort of a spell book then to put them on a very aggressive clock if they don't have Judy. Because a lot of times they're going to have to try and ramp into the Judy then. Sorry, draw into the Judy to try and answer the dime. And if they can't answer the dime, you know, then you can threaten stuff like this. The whole new world becomes a way of trying to dig for lore. So the problem with Pixelborn is it does work for Mac, like it works for iOS. But I believe that Apple needs to do a weird approval with it every time that he puts out any sort of a change to it. So it's just like constantly waiting for test flight to actually approve the app. And literally anytime he makes any change, so like a bug fix or whatever, because it's not like a fully developed app or whatever that's on the store, because he's basically just, you know, compiling it and then sending it out to us. It just like is so scuffed. It's super scuffed. So it's mostly not what I wanted to tech for. I still think the Cerb is fine as a card. But when I didn't have the Alice anymore, like once I cut the Alice, the Cerberus was a little less impactful then too. And what I was losing to, like, it wasn't a Cerberus or Beast equation that was costing me the game either way. It was just that my opponent was ignoring what I was doing and then just like killing me. So I needed more of the removal kind of stuff as opposed to that. And then once I had to cut the Gastons for more removal, like we needed more card draw, so that's sort of why I ended up on the Sad Beast again. But like, I do still think that the card is potentially good. I just currently don't have any room for it, because I think that the hard-headed is probably better right now. Because this gives us more of an edge in the mirror type games, just because there's more items to blow up. I'm usually fine popping a Popsicle or a Lucky Dime. We played a blue steel mirror yesterday where I ended up blowing up 2 dimes, like 2 fishbone quills and like a Popsicle or something between the Beasts and the Rise of the Titans. We just kept, every time they would play an item, if they didn't flab it, we blew it up. So then they just like, they had a Flabbersham in play that couldn't draw any cards and all of the dimes were dead. And then we could just race from there. Yeah, I would, like, if your MacBook isn't working, you can try one of the things that lets you, like, parallel or whatever, one of the Windows emulators, and try that. Because there are Windows emulators that work for Mac, but most programs are built on Windows and not the Mac OS, because the actual market share is lower. And it is more difficult to build them for both OSs at the same time, because then you have to literally update an entire extra thing. I know that he does, but you might try your phone, potentially. But I would, something like Parallel or one of the other Wine or Windows emulators might be worth looking at, I guess, to be able to play this. Phone is also Apple. Yeah, I would try that. Like, I would say that overall, it does work for Mac sometimes, but because it's not an official program, so it is a bit limited in its, I would say, maybe accessibility, just because, like, there's only so much that Pavel can do on his own to be able to make it available for as many things as possible. And I know that there's just, like, constantly annoyances with, specifically, like, Apple and their approval on stuff, too. So it just, like, doesn't always come out anytime there's an update, too. So it's just, like, really awkward. You can only have so many headaches and hurdles to jump through for that, right? Oh my god, really? Jesus. Yeah, it just becomes more and more of a hurdle. Well, we've been in turns for 10 minutes already. Yeah, it's tricky. Honestly, for gaming, I would just not use a Mac in general. They're fine for, like, a production machine to do a lot of like video editing and things like that. Yeah, Linux feels better than gaming right now than Mac. Mac is like a workhorse for doing video editing and rendering and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't think it's an issue of compiling the stuff, but since he's not actually like, I don't know, that might be more of a question for Pavel, I suppose. But yeah, that's super awkward. It's not like he's not making it available for iOS, because you can always get it on the test flight or whatever. But because it's like an early access type of game, or not really even just early access, but it's more like, because it's a fan game or whatever, you don't really have like the same level of approval for the Apple things. It's just annoying. Because I've used test flight for other games too, and it's like they have to jump through 1,000 hoops. Oh, Apple absolutely makes it hard. Absolutely. Especially when, he can literally just compile it and dump it onto Google Drive, right? For Windows, which is just, like, so free, so easy. I would not expect him to want to jump through a bunch of hoops for something that, at this, is realistically just a fan project. Like, he's not really making money on this. Oh no, that's too bad. Sorry to hear that, J-Bomb. At least I hope they refund you. I assume that they will. That's rough, though. Does make your Saturday free to do other stuff, I suppose. But that's a bit unfortunate. Developers, 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 developers. Yeah. The classics. How far Apple has come from then. Different times, right? Esportstein, appreciate the follow, and hope everybody is having a good day overall. It's possible that we should be on 4 Rise of the Titans, but I think the Beast Hard-Headed is a little bit better. I think one of the more powerful things that you can do in this type of deck is, like, play an early 5-drop of any flavor, 5 or 6 drop, right? The Tink or one of these. But then also on, a few turns later, if you're still ramping, just like double 5-drop or a 5 and a 6. Like those sort of turns where you just like double playing a big thing are just so many threats at a time that it's really where you want to be a lot of the times in a deck like this. Like when we were getting up to, 16, 17 ink, it felt like we could Whole New World, even just casting it with an empty board, play 2 things, and it still felt great. Because a lot of times your opponent just doesn't have that many resources. We would be 6 or 7 ink above our opponent, so we're able to do 2 or 3 things, force them to make a play, and then we can still follow up on that. So, hey Gambit, appreciate the follow. So there's still a bunch of games that are outstanding, whether they didn't report or whether they are still just in the draw bracket. We don't know. This is one of the headaches, I think, with an online tournament that paper tournaments don't really have, is it is more difficult to see what's going on in those games and to keep them like on task, with reporting and things like that. And I'm certainly not saying that I'm immune to this either. But in paper, you can't really have, and you rarely have a situation where there's just 1 or 2 games going that are still just sitting at their table without like a judge sitting there or whatever to keep them, on pace, to keep them reporting as soon as they finish the game kind of thing, which is a little bit harder online. Because they don't always have the like support or whatever. Sorry, not the support, the spectate enabled. So you can't always see their game. And B, you just don't know what's going on in those games. Like if they don't report, which we've had happen to us, we were yapping and we just didn't report right away. And then, we got pretty late into it and people had to yell at me and tell me to report. It doesn't happen all the time, but it can, certainly. So we're waiting, I think, on one match to report, maybe? Okay, looks like they did. So our next round should be up. Nice. They have fixed it so you don't have to refresh. So hopefully that means that the website will be a little bit more responsive consistently here. See if we can't join our next game. See if our opponent actually pops in here. Alright, we battle. Alright, so this will be round 2. So we go first. I think we send all of this back with the intention of like quilling into Beast, into Whole New World. Ideally we find some ink, but we're sending back 2 uninkables for 2 inkables. I think it'll be fine. I think we send the Let It Go and pass. Obviously if our opponent is on an aggressive deck, this will be a little worse with this hand. But none of the things that we sent back would have changed that much, so... This could be a double Fishbone Quill kind of game. See what our opponent is on how good this Quill is. Depends, I think, on how good this Beast ends up being. So they look like they're red-purple. Nope, they're green-purple. Interesting. That makes the Tinkerbell better and the Bell worse. The Beast is actually a little better as well then. But I think what we'll do is we'll just try to Tinkerbell on 4 to hopefully clean up some of the board. Because as it stands, it looks like we're getting bullied a little bit. I think I can send 1 Beast. We'll run out the Quill. They don't really have much for item removal. So I think we'll get rid of the other Quill here and then pass. And our intention is going to be to run out the additional Tinkerbell. Ideally, our opponent plays like another Curse Merfolk or something. Something else that's good to hit with this. They take the Whole New World, which I guess I should have anticipated. Like, we didn't need the Whole New World. I could have kept the Quill with the Flaversham to draw cards, which might have been better in retrospect, but I think it'll be okay. So they'll take Whole New World. Looks like they're likely writing down the hand, which is fine. I don't recommend doing that, mostly because you can't do that in paper, so it's a little awkward to do that in an online event, because it builds bad habits, basically. So we'll see what our opponent draws here. Or, sorry, inks, rather. This Tinkerbell should be pretty good still, though. Because even if they bounce it on their turn, we can just replay it. Get rid of Mal. And play out a Rafiki. This honestly isn't bad either. I still think the play is we just play the Tinkerbell. But I'm debating about this Fire the Cannons for a moment. It could be a good follow-up next turn. But it's possible that the Beast is just a better follow-up, so maybe that's the play. The only thing that this gives us is, like, information, because they won't know that what we have in our hand. I guess it's maybe just this and this. And then we just jam the Tinkerbell here. Then pass. We could even be in a world where we, like, attack the Flynn Rider to kill one of these other things. Especially if we're able to just, like, play Beast, or play whatever we draw, and then ink the other one. We can just attack the Flynn Rider directly. See what they play. I don't think that this matchup is abysmal, because we have so much targeted removal for some of this stuff, but... Okay, so they play Rabbit, that's fine. It would not surprise me if they just do nothing here. But if they quest, I think that's probably a mistake. Okay. I mean, they can sneak in a little bit of damage, so maybe it's okay. I definitely don't think the questing of Flynn Rider only is the move here, though. Unless their intention is to, like, protect the... No, I have no idea. I wouldn't have quested here. Maybe their hand is just like goats. And they're looking to protect. Like, I could unironically just ink this other beast. Hit the Flynn Rider and shoot the Rafiki. Which I think is maybe fine. Because, like, I want them to have to deal more damage to this Tinkerbell to kill it. Especially if their play is just bounce the rabbit or whatever and then use Fox to trade with the Tinkerbell, I think that's okay. Because that means that we get to draw 2 cards off this beast, probably. Or most likely. We'll see what they have. We're not in an excellent position here because we don't have a ton of cards. This is probably our worst case because then they get to trade up here. But they're only going to 10 and we get to draw 2 cards. So we'll see if the 2 cards are going to be good here. We have no items to speak of, but we can just ink Beast. Play the Crab as just a 5/8. And then pass. So we pass for 1 turn to try and draw cards. We're going to need to answer this board soon. Though we can use the Tamatoa just as a beater since we don't really have any items anyway. This questing for 2 kind of doesn't matter. We can just use it as a 5/8 to like beat up on the Crab. And if our Beast is able to draw 2 cards next turn, next turn, then we will have more stuff to, in theory, play. I don't really love where we're at right now. We're like in an okay position, but not a great position. Because our opponent is on an aggro deck and they're already more than half finished with their lore. Generally, they will have things like the goat, which can close the game out pretty quickly. I do like our pace of play today. I think it's better. We're going to try and keep that up all day, basically. An ideal draw is probably Tink Swords. Or Popsicle Tink Swords, I think would also be good. Like Popsicle into Tinkerbell Swords. I think that's probably our best draw. Because then we can use the Popsicle with the Tamatoa to draw 2 cards with it. And then we can still Tink Swords for the rest. Because that would clean up the board. Those are not what I'm looking for here. I definitely feel like we have to kill some amount of this. We can keep the Rise of the Titans for now. I think this makes sense. And I suspect we're supposed to hit this beast into the Chernobog followers, maybe. Like, I'm debating if I can keep the beast back to try and draw an extra card. And I just don't think that I can anymore. Maybe we kill the rabbit, but then they get to draw an extra card, which is a little rough. But they're going to realistically be able to draw the card anyway. So I think we maybe just hit here, play the beast hard-headed, and pass. And then we might just lose this game. It's really unfortunate. Kind of a bad draw, and we were maybe supposed to ink the Whole New World. I don't remember what we got rid of instead. Maybe it was a Sad Beast. I think our game would have been a little bit better if we had inked the Whole New World. Because we knew that they had this anyway. And there just wasn't going to be a time when the Ursula wasn't going to be good against us. And we just didn't play around it. And that might cost us a point or two here. Which is unfortunate, but live and learn, right? But yeah, I think I could have inked the Whole New World and just kept the other character, like the Beast. Just to have more resources to work with. Because obviously they don't have a ton of discard in these decks outside of the Curse Merfolk. And we had the ability to play around it and just kind of didn't. Ideally, what we wanted was for them to play a castle. So that is awkward. But there's not much that I can do about it in this spot. Like, I don't really have a great answer here to them having another crab. I think I have to use the Tamatoa to hit the, I guess I could have not hit the crab and hit one of the other things. Maybe that would have been better. Popsicle's actually not terrible here. I actually don't hate that play from our opponent, because the Tamatoa is just going to be able to keep killing their shit, which ends up being pretty awkward. I think I can grab your swords, Popsicle, heal the beast, hit the goat, quest for 2. I think that's probably our best line. Because this kills the Curse Merfolk. If we Popsicle this and then hit the goat, then we get to keep our beast. At least. And then we can quest here. It's not awesome, but it's kind of what we've got, so. Another goat is bad. Real bad. Yeah, they kind of figured out the line, which is just questing. Whole New World. I mean, I kind of have to Whole New World here, because what I have is not it. Like, what I have doesn't win. If they have any bounce, we're just dead on board. Like, I have to remove this goat now. And try to ramp into, like, a bell, and then hope to close. I think that's my only real out. Which I hate, but that's what we've got. Like, tank plus a deal 2 damage would be fine. Yeah, they had a goat and a bounce in their hand. Holy shit. Okay. So that's almost all of their goats, which is good. We're still playing around, like, the last goat. But I don't really have an answer to that. So we can do this. Wait. This is 2... This is 12, and I have the ability to ink 2 more. So that's 11, so I don't have enough to do this spell, unfortunately. Which is really awkward. But it's fine. So we do the tank. We do the Baboom. I think I ink the Flav. Because I may just want a whole new world again. I could have inked the Beast as well. Like, we're just dead to Goat. We can't play around that. But I can whole new world and try to find, like, a Swords. We can try to clean up the board again. If it's anything other than Goat, right? I have, like, maybe 2 turns to play, basically. If we... like, if we ink a bunch of shit. Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, we'd already probably be dead if they didn't just trade the Bog away. But then we would have had the Tamatoa, like, maybe that's better or worse, it's hard to say. If they play 2 things here, I don't really think it changes the math much. It's like we still just have to kill the board either way. We have 2 Tinkers and 2 Grab Your Swords left, and then a handful of, like, targeted removal between Zeus and other stuff. I really would have liked to have had this Bell in play last turn. That's okay, actually. That is definitely okay with me. I think we just ink a bunch of stuff and get this Bell into play. We can try to kill this snake, but... How many snakes are gone? 1, 2. What about foxes? I don't even know how much bounce they're playing. Some, probably. So we do that. We'll ink this. Ink this. Ink this. Sing Whole New World. We got rid of a castle. And then this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. So we found a dime. We could also kill this instead. How much can we quest for? We go up 4. We lose to Goat anyway, right? But we can play around Spellbook if we kill this. I think I'd rather play around Spellbook. Like, we'll have lethal anyway, and I can play around Spellbook here by killing this. Because then the only thing that we lose to is... specifically Goat. Plus a bounce, and most of their bounce are gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Because this way, a Spellbook doesn't kill me. Wait, did I not quest with this? Why didn't I quest with the Tinkerbell? I thought I did. Did I not click it? I didn't even hover it? Fuck me, dude. Alright. Unfortunate. Hopefully that doesn't cost us here. It might. Not being at 8 is a pretty big problem, because if this bell gets removed, we're going 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. That puts us at 14. We actually lose if they Cloud Kicker the bell here. Nice. Okay, so they don't have it. Almost fucked myself there. Luckily, it didn't matter. Oh, it's because the Tinkerbell wasn't highlighted. Ugh. Who was on the play that game? It must have been us. We were on the play that game. I should mark that when I start playing these. Just to make sure that I know. So that I can't forget, at least. Yeah, I definitely think that if we... don't... Like, if we quill the song just to play around the Ursula, that I think it puts us in a little bit of a better position on that turn. So this can go, a Flav can go, and a Rise of the Titans can go. We'll keep these 3 so that at the very least we have some draw. I would like to get a little bit of removal of a Boom or like the Tinkerbell, the Fire the Cannons. The Sand is pretty good. Mulligan Web TV, appreciate the follow. So the Cogsworth is like okay in this matchup. It's not as good as it is against Green Steel. Like, it's not just a slam it and win the game kind of card. But it can be still pretty good for us. Appreciate that, Cali Bear. Thanks for the follow. So we'll see what they do. We'll see how aggressive their draw is and when we want to use this Fire the Cannons. This will likely get inked with the Fishbone Quill. And then we'll play into probably the Tinkerbell. And potentially the Cogsworth. But this may go as well. Because I'd like to try and keep these 4 if we can. Which may be not feasible. Like, given that, it means that we probably ink the Cogsworth to play the Popsicle turn 1. I think I would blast a Curse Merfolk turn 1. With the Fire the Cannons. Because we can play the Popsicle later. And then this way we're just not taking like 6 from that. Realistically, we would do it turn 2 anyway, but we may as well just do it now and we can Popsicle later. So if we drop a Boom, we can still kill it. And this way they can't like snake it back either. I don't know that they would do that, but I think that this slows down the clock enough that I feel pretty good about it, especially if they just play Ursula Deceiver here. Another Curse Merfolk and a Rafiki. Okay. So we ripped in a Long Came Zeus. Let's lead off with the Popsicle. We found a Beast. I think we get rid of the Cogsworth here, and then we pass. And then our intention is to play this on turn 4. We could also play the Mickey, but I feel like the Mickey is just worse than the Tinkerbell here. To clean up the board. Obviously, the Mickey can like challenge into the Rafiki or whatever. But then I can't play this on turn 4, which I think is worse. Unfortunately, we did rip a song that they get to take here. It's fine. It just is unfortunate that we didn't have a song the turn prior. But we do have one now. Like, that's just a little awkward, but the rest of it is okay. We still have an okay-ish hand, I think. I'm mostly concerned about like what we're going to ink here the next turn, basically. Because ideally we have the Tinkerbell and the Beast in play. Our opponent maybe can't, like they've played a lot of 1-drops. They may not be able to beat just this Tinkerbell. Because their clock is like not that fast. They'll be at 7 next turn, and then we can play the Tink. They just like don't have a lot of cards left for the turn after this. I do think that the Tinkerbell is a better play than... Okay, so they actually play another card. Okay. I guess we send... Huh. Send this. Play the Quill. Ink the Mickey and pass. They know about the Tinkerbell, so they're just going to use this to draw a card, get their 1 lore out of it. They'll go to 8 here. And then we can play the Tinkerbell and take out the Cursed Merfolk. And then it also makes it difficult for them to quest without the Tinkerbell just killing everything. So you have to collect all your lore this turn. So they're going to go to 8. There's nothing I can do about that. The best draw for them, I guess, is probably an Inkable into a Rabbit. Yeah, okay. But it does make the Rabbit a little bit more vulnerable to this Tinkerbell. But it does mean that they're going to be able to get up to even more after this. So we get rid of the Lucky Dime and the Flav, and I think we keep the Beast over the Flabbersham. Even though the Flav can draw us a bunch of cards, I think the Beast can also draw us cards, but it's also just a 3/5, which I think is important. Because we may need to use this to heal as well. Though they likely will have a Crab. They're going to go to 11. We can use the Tinkerbell to clean up 2 things, potentially. And then we'll play a Beast. Like, ideally, we don't Whole New World this game, but we may have to if we find one. But I would like to hopefully have the Beast in play for a turn or 2 before we do that. Losing the Zeus was really awkward, because it just puts us down a card. I almost wish they had played it instead of the... like, the turn where they played this. I wish that they had done it the turn before, but I don't even know if they had it then, so... I think they're kind of debating. They don't have a lot of resources to work with. I assume that they don't have a bounce in hand. They inked a Fox already, so they're down 1, for sure. If they have a Crab, they can take out the Tinkerbell pretty easily. Okay, so they do have a Snake. So they are drawing extra cards, which is unfortunate, because our opponent is quite ahead on cards here. We're going to need something, like a Swords actually might not be bad draw here. If they quest with these, we can try to clean up everything. Which then means that, like, our Fire the Cannons is gone, which is awkward. Maybe another Tinkerbell would be good then, because it would do the same thing. We can hit the Ursula, shoot the Snake. They may not even quest here, though. Like, they may just build up cards. 10 minutes left in the round here. Our opponent has a rabbit and 3 things. And 2 ink, potentially going to 3. So I guess they're trying to map out their additional turns with this Tinkerbell here, I suppose. Because they have perfect information. They know that this is a beast. They're going to play out 2 more 1-drops. No, this is still rabbit. Okay, so they do decide to quest. We likely just kill the 2 Rafikis. I don't know if we care about this Rise of the Titans, but I will keep it for now, in case they jam a castle. And then we'll just bash the 2 Rafikis with the Tinkerbell here. That feels pretty forced to me. And I just send it back. I mean, their hand could just be like 3 rabbits. But if they had another rabbit, I don't know why they would snake, I guess. Because you'd just rather put another rabbit down then, I would think, but maybe not. Hopefully they run out of castle. That would probably be our best case scenario here, honestly. Just like quest with both of these, run out of castle, go to 13. Because we currently don't have an answer to castle as far as they're aware. And they think they might be able to think that they can collect their 2 lore. Ooh, our actual best case. That's actually not that bad. Puts them to 12. We draw 2 cards. They ink a goat. Oh, that's awesome. Smee in a whole new world. So we know that their hand is just rabbit plus something. I don't think I can whole new world here. Maybe I have to, though, because they're going to go to 12. Like, I can play the Smee, ink this, whole new world. Maybe their draw is so awkward that I don't whole new world. And I just, like, bash this. Just play the Smee. Because we know that they just have rabbit. I could bash this and then popsicle to heal it, actually. Maybe that's not so bad. Because, like, I want them to use their resources on killing my shit. Can do this and pass. Because the Smee can trade with almost any one of their cards anyway. Because if their turn is just like, use a fox to bounce the crab to kill the beast, I think I'm okay with that. Because that leaves them with like nothing on board, basically. I wouldn't love that, if I'm honest. But I don't think casting Whole New World here when we're like even, but they're up 12 lore, is necessarily good either. And if this beast gets to live, which so far it's looking like is going to happen, then their best thing that they can do is like go up a little bit and we get to draw 2 more cards. Okay, so they play a Curse Merfolk and they just delete a crab. Okay, that is fine. So I think we do Whole New World now. Because we have to deal with this Curse Merfolk. So we'll do this. Snake and a goat. That's awesome. Unfortunately, we didn't find an answer to the cursed merfolk, which really sucks. But we know that 2 of their goats are gone because they inked 1, and at least 2 snakes are gone. We can play like Cogsworth, Smee, and Popsicle. Let's start with Popsicle, I guess. Maybe we rip a Tinkerbell. So we do this and then pass. They can go up to 15. We have another whole new world. We actually have a decently fast clock on the field right now. But we're likely going to need to rip a new hand next turn anyway. If we can, mostly because we need to remove some of this off the field. We can always kill the Cursed Merfolk by just attacking with it if they disquest, but they're likely going to play additional things that we're going to need to deal with. Okay, so they do take their 15. Our Smees are nice for battling the board. I have to be aware that we don't have an additional easy answer to castle if we whole new world again, because we've gotten rid of it. This is the last of our Rise of the Titans, so it's something to be aware of. I do think that we're going to be able to put enough threats on the board that it maybe won't matter. But we're going to have to try and... yeah, right now the beast does destroy the castle, that's true. I mean, castle just like doesn't even look that good on this board right now. We just have so much stuff. But this maybe just doesn't matter currently. Cloud Kicker, unplayable here, because none of our things are small enough. So they play a snake to bounce the Cursed Merfolk and untap it. That's probably okay for us, actually. Especially since we're looking to clean this up with Tinkerbell and swords anyway. We ink this. I'm debating if I want to play an additional Quill. I feel like I do. But I also would rather have more resources to work with, I think. This only really costs 2. That would leave us with 8. That's still plenty, I think. So let's do this, and then let's use Cogsworth, because I may still use the beast to just attack the rabbit here. Okay, so that's good. We can clean up most of the board. We got rid of another snake, so that's 1, 2, 3 snakes. So that helps a little bit. We can do Tinkerbell here. Is that all the snakes, actually? I'm going to double check real quick after that's dead. That is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so that's all the snakes. They'll still have foxes, potentially. But I think we baboom the Ursula. We're going to leave just the snake in play. So we'll hit this. We may as well use the beast on this. Actually, we can heal it with the popsicle, so maybe I do just hit this instead. Oh no, let's do this, because we can still heal it down to 2 anyway. So let's do that way. Because then the snake on its own doesn't kill the beast. So we'll quest here. Or sorry, we'll heal there, and then quest with both of these. Make sure that we go up to 6 this turn. Do both of these and pass. Okay. So we have Flaversham to draw cards with these, and we have Double Bell. Double Bell can threaten just ending the game. many goats have they got left? One. So they still have both of their goats. But they can only really play one this turn. Which would put them up to, what, 17? Which isn't a great number for us. Dime would still be a good draw here. It doesn't win instantly unless we draw it off the top. The time in round is 15 seconds. Like, I've been playing pretty fast. I feel like our opponent has been playing really slow. Like, what am I supposed to do? Our opponent literally has been tanking. But I think 3 turns is more than enough for us to win, so... I don't think this game is going to go 5 more turns anyway. Either we win or our opponent wins, probably. But we are in turns now. I've been keeping a little better eye on it this time, though I do appreciate the heads up, because I didn't know exactly where it was at. Yeah, I mean, this game is literally over next turn if we draw dime off the top, right? Because we can just dime bell and kill them. And if they don't have, like, basically the win right away here, we can try to draw some cards to, like, find better stuff answer-wise. But we also have, like, a really fast clock here. I mean, now it doesn't matter. We're already in turns. I think there's not really anything that they can do to stall from this point. So they can go to 16. Honestly, our best draw off the top is Whole New World. Because if we draw Whole New World, we can gain 8 and go to 14. That's not enough. Whole New World isn't what we want then. We just want dime off the top. That's it. Straight up dime. So they did find a goat, which is not ideal. So they can go to 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of their bounces are gone. 6 of their bounces are gone. But we do just lose if we don't rip dime here, probably. If they trade with a Smee or a Beast, that might actually be better for us, unless they have their exact last fox or another fox. The goat on its own doesn't necessarily win. We can start with the popsicle. We have let it go. I guess they could double goat us. That's a possibility. So I think we'll do Flab first, and we'll see if we can maybe find a Whole New World to get rid of that goat. They could have Mother's Knows Best or something too, yeah. Unfortunate. I mean, they may not have the ability to bounce the goat, but they do have a lot of things that can bounce it. I think I play Bell. So this is turn 1. So we play Bell. We can ink this. We can ink this. Like, we literally don't need another Bell, right? I think I can just Flav here. It's like I would ideally find a Whole New World, because I think just spinning the wheel is probably better. And we can just win next turn. Yeah, I know. We won't take that long. I think we do this, because if I can Whole New World here, I think I will. Okay, so we ink 2 more things here. This and this, and I definitely Whole New World. To maybe fuck up their goat plan. Because we can win very easily next turn anyway. So they did have bounce and the goat in their hand. So we got rid of goat, fox, fox, snake, 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 and then there's a snake in play. So maybe they don't rip goat here, and then we're fine. But maybe they do, and then we're not fine. So we'll hit here. We quest, we quest. That puts us at 10. We have dime bell. So it doesn't really matter what we do here. We just pass and hope that they don't have it. I think that's all that I can do. They have goat and a mother's knows best, so we were dead either way. Nothing I could do. Damn. I do think that it was right to do the Whole New World. I don't really think that there's another option. Like, there's no reason... I think it's right, but, like, we had to dodge a 2-card combo of, like, 10 cards, where most of them were already gone. Like, we lose to goat there. We lose to goat bounce there. I think that we lose to... I did report. I just didn't mark it down here. I don't think there's a different way that I could play that. Yeah, it discards the goat that we know that they have, and we have to assume... Like, I definitely have to assume that their line there is that they know that they can... Yes, we're on round 3 already. I think we have to assume that they can win if they played goat and bounced it, right? We have to assume that they have it in hand already, so we have to assume that we need to Whole New World. And it doesn't matter because we can win anyway, right? We have the win on board if they don't have it, so we just have to wheel and hope that they miss, and they didn't, so it's fine. Alright, so we are on to round 3 here. I think we navigated it the best that we could. Yeah, it could be. Like, when we like, the timing on it may not have been right in all of those. It felt like it was okay, but, you know, who knows? Like, we don't know what's in their hand. But we also Whole New Worlded away a goat and a snake, so, like, it's kind of a crapshoot there. Like, we go first again, which is nice. This hand is pretty bad, though. I think I keep just Popsicle, and that's it, so we can look for a ramp. It's hard. Like, I don't think I was upset at any of the Whole New Worlds that I did in that game, so... I think we played to our outs to not get killed there as much as we could, and then our opponent just ended up hitting it again. If they just have a goat and a bounce in every 7-card hand, like, we're gonna lose those games sometimes. That's fine. I think we get rid of a Tinkerbell, play the Popsicle, and pass. This is going to be kind of a slow game. From our side, it looks like. We do have the Flav on 4, which is, like, okay. This actually is not a good hand, but we can kill this Robin, which is probably fine. It makes the Beast less good. of the cards that are in our hand. I think I just straight baboom this and pass. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Sometimes you don't want them to draw the cards, but, like, we had an opportunity to, like, get ahead on ink, which I think sometimes has value, too. So I'm considering using the Fire the Cannons on this Cindy here, and then potentially just playing Bell on the following turn instead of the Flav. But then we have to get rid of our Tinkerbell, which is awkward. Like, this is right now our only ramp, though. But we don't really have the cards for it if we get rid of the Flav. So maybe this is fine. We send this, we play Smee plus Fire the Cannons. And then we just pass. The only character that I don't think that I care that much about removing early is realistically Queen, because Queen is just, like, not a card. Dang, okay. So I have to make a choice here on whether or not I want this Tinkerbell or this Beast. I guess because I have the Grab Your Sword, we can just go with the Beast instead. Next turn. Ideally, we just rip a Cogs and then none of it matters, but do this and pass. Could also play the Mickey. Can sing the Along Came Zeus, which is nice. They rip an Ariel. Let's see what our opponent has. Hadesies. Okay. We'll see what they get back. Cindy. I don't feel like I'm supposed to Zeus this. Sorry, Rise of the Titans this. I don't think I'm supposed to. Because I can clean it up with the Grab Your Sword next turn. I have to get rid of Rise of the Titans to just play the Beast here, I feel. And then I can actually just quest out. I am fine if they want to trade this into the Smee. And I think I'm also fine if they want to do this and then kill the Flav as well. I will very much be interested in removing the Cindy off the field so they can't shift it. The only reason that this is awkward is if they have Zeus, then the Beast dies. Which I should have considered more on my turn instead of their turn. It's not to stop them from going wide, it's to stop, like, Robin shift. And be better in these type of matchups. So they grabbed Whole New World, which is just not a real card here. Because I'm just going to kill this board. And then play Mickey Mouse Detective, I think. And then have them Whole New World us, I guess. Do this. And then we'll play Mickey here. And then if they want to Whole New World us, like, it's not awesome, but if it takes up their whole turn, that's fine, I think. I can answer it again when the ads are done. I wasn't even paying attention to them. So we're against Flute. So they ink a Cindy, so it is likely that they're going to Whole New World here, because their hand is Whole New World Grab Your Swords, so that's fine. Alright, so you're back. So, basically, I want to be able to interact with things like queen earlier, realistically. Because one of the problems with this deck when you play... Like, if your opponent Robin shifts, it's, like, really bad for you a lot of the time. Like, if I had one to shoot, I would probably kill this queen here. But I think I'm going to set up to maybe jam this Tamatoa next turn, potentially. We could also possibly put this Bell in play just to get a little bit more ramp on. We're definitely going to Quill and play the Beast, I think. We can get rid of the Dime because we can get one back with Tamatoa if I want. I think we can get rid of these two, play the Beast, and then just Quest. And if our opponent wants to blow up the Quill, I don't know if I care. Dime is not at its best in this matchup. It's nice to be able to close with, but you don't really generally need it, I don't think. And we're in a somewhat favorable position here, though they do get to kill our Beast again, which is annoying. Wait, if they don't actually Zeus this turn, I might just Whole New World with the Beast, unironically. Like, I may not even play the Tamatoa, and I might just Whole New World. Since they found 2 cards. We'll see what they play here. But getting answers to their board might be better for us. So we can Quill here. Ink this. So I can't Swords plus Tank. I could double Swords this. Which is not so bad. But I know that they are going to lose their Zeus if I do this, so I think I'm okay with it. They lose a Zeus and a Bare Necessities. We didn't find a Swords, which is unfortunate, but we can kill the Aerials if we want. Though I don't know if that's really good enough. A bit of an awkward hit here. We could get rid of the Quill and just try to draw. Maybe that's better. Let's do that. Popsicle Bell. Get rid of just 2 of their things. I mean, I definitely want to get rid of an Aerial here. How many queens are gone? None, so they can definitely queen shift, most likely. I do think I'm supposed to get rid of one of these, for sure. Which I'm sort of okay with. And then I can play this and a Bell. So this is 7, and then I can ink 2 more, and then I can Baboom one of these. That's probably okay. So I can do this. We can get rid of the one of these Bells. I don't have enough to do the Baboom if I do this, because I'm not good at math. Maybe the Beast is just better. No, I think the Baboom doesn't matter here. I think I play this, I ink the Beast, then we just play a Popsicle. And then I Quest, and then pass. Basically, my plan is to just try and put enough threats on the field that they can't sing enough of them in a turn. There's a world where we're supposed to get rid of the Aerial and the other Aerial, but then they can just, like, do the queens. We could have used Let It Go 7, 11, We didn't have 11, so we couldn't really do any of the other stuff anyway, but I think this is okay. Steel Song is not a miserable matchup with the extra, like, Babooms and Fire the Cannons and stuff. As long as they're not able to shift Robin early, like, that limits what they're able to do pretty well. 2 of their Zeuses are gone, and 1 of their Strength of the Raging Fire, but it is not necessarily enough for me to feel great about our board. Luckily, we still have 2 Grab Your Swords in the deck, so we can potentially Whole New World into Grab Your Swords to clean up the board. Ideally, this beast lives, and we can use it to sing here. But they may use the queen to quest instead of sing, to just kill the beast with, say, the other queen or whatever. Which is honestly actually fine, I think. If they kill Flav, that's great for us. Yeah. Okay. Maybe our beast lives. Okay, that's fine. Whoa, that's totally fine, actually. Oh, they have a strength as well. That's less fine. I needed them not to also have strength, basically. I don't mind this blowing up the flute, but I'd like to clean up the board if we can. Which means we need to play like a Tinkerbell Swords, which I don't have the resources for because I would need 17. Which means that I should shoot like the queen with the Baboom, because then I can always eat it with the Mickey, or at least trade with the Mickey. I definitely don't want to be using Let It Go here if we're going to do the Whole New World. Cards in deck, 23. Whole New Worlds, 1 and 2. Okay. I don't think that I cast the other Quill here. I wish that I had one more ink to work with. It's unfortunate. Because I can't ink again, right? No. Because then I can't Baboom plus Fire the Cannons here. Or sorry, Baboom plus the Tinkerbell. I can leave them with just Ariel. But it might be better just to play Cogsworth and Fire the Cannons on this and leave them with just Ariel. Because then we can still Tinkerbell next turn, but then we have our Cogsworth. That's maybe fine. You could also leave the queen and just play Smee. Maybe this is okay. Because we do have the Whole New World as well. So I can Tink Swords. I haven't been keeping track of my Let It Goes if they play just a big Cindy. Like, I don't know how many I have left. We have to be careful of not getting milled out with Whole New World either, because we are down on cards. So if we Whole New World again, they can double Whole New World us and kill us, so we'll just have to be aware of that. So they Zeus the Smee. They Bare Necessities. I would assume that they take the Baboom over the Whole New World, but we'll see. Yeah. And they did find the big Cindy, which is awkward. So we are probably going to have to try and whole new world this out. Because I don't know how many... Like, we can't let them have all of this. And we can't let them just Cindy and eat our shit for free either. How many Zeuses are gone? 1, 2, 3. And only 1, 2 strength. I think it's play Tinkerbell. And I'm just not sure if it's play Beast. It's probably play Beast as well, and then sing with Cogsworth, but it could just be find more Cogsworths. Like, Cogsworth Swords here is probably better, because it also protects our Cogs. Cogs and Swords. And then we'll just lose to double Whole New World, and that's fine. Where's my dime? There's another one in the last, like, handful of cards. And we may lose here to just Whole New World, Whole New World. Even just a single Whole New World is bad, unless unless they don't kill any of our shit and we specifically find Dime and Bell. 1, 2... I believe that there is still Dime Bell left in the deck. Unless Mickey ate one. I don't think we played a Mickey this game. So there could very well be Dime Bell left in this pile. Hey, 5th Kazekage, appreciate the follow. So they can attack with Cindy, but it doesn't actually kill anything here, which was the benefit. They can't actually double Whole New World, but yes, they would lose first. Unless we, because like if we draw our card, because we're at 8, they don't actually need to double it. Just a single Whole New World, in theory, kills us here. They can Swords and kill a Cogsworth, I guess. If they have a Whole New World, we just die next turn is the problem. So they're killing Tinkerbell. That's actually okay. It does mean that we lose to the Whole New World. Benja. We lose mostly because we can't put enough pressure on to win, I don't think. And then we just draw 0 cards. I think that's the problem. It's like I can just like play out my hand basically. 2, 4, 6, 7. We can play out our whole hand and threaten lethal. I think that's all that we have left to be able to do. And we'll just lose to Whole New World. Like, we set ourselves up for this type of a game. Not much I can do about it, right? Because we didn't draw another dime. Play this, play this, play this. Don't ink. Then we'll quest out and pass. The other dime is ink. Oh yeah, we inked it earlier. So we were drawing dead anyway. 2 Whole New Worlds specifically. Obviously, if they don't have the Whole New Worlds, then we're okay, but they do. So, they had both of them in hand. Okay. Unfortunate. We fucked it. I'd have to go back and review that game. Maybe we can after this. I definitely don't think that we... I definitely don't think that we gave ourselves the best chance of success there. Like, I think that there was probably a spot somewhere where we could have either gotten more lore or developed the board differently. To not leave ourselves that low on cards. I'm on 0 Gaston currently, yeah. This is terrible. especially going second. I think I have to send all of these. Cogsworth is still generally good in this matchup, but it is very possible that if we have a shit draw like we just do here, then we're going to lose in this matchup. If our opponent just has like a good draw, we may just be in a bad spot. We have double Quill though, which is nice. And we have the Mickey, so like we have options to ramp even through a Bare Necessities. I weirdly don't know if I care if they take the Whole New World. It actually is better than it seems in this matchup on the draw, because we have protection to still be able to get our ramp. And we can go into Cogsworth. Like, ideally in this matchup you want to put a Cogsworth in play. And we have an answer for Big Cindy too with Let It Go. Like, it's not an awesome hand, but our opponent also doesn't have a ton of cards either to work with. So they took a Quill. They may end up taking another Quill, which is fine. If they do, I will send another Rise of the Titans because we have so many other removal. I think it's fine. They likely have another Aerial here. That's not surprising to me. So they probably have a Whole New World anyway. Or possibly a Benja. I think I send the Flav, play the Quill, and then I'll just ink the Mickey here. Could ink the Let It Go as well. I think I'll ink the Mickey. It's like I'm literally just not playing anything other than Cogsworth next turn. Assuming that they don't just Whole New World here. I would very much like to remove this Cindy off the board though, so maybe there's a world where I... yeah, none of these were functional here. This isn't so bad. Like, I want to get the Cindy off the table right away. We'll see if they go a little wide here. But I'm likely looking to just blow up this Cinderella. Well, I guess we don't have that option now. We might just lose to Big Cindy here on the draw. If we don't rip something that can kill this. That's a little awkward. And by a little awkward, I mean incredibly awkward. If they shift here, we're in a really bad spot. Because one of our Let It Goes is gone. I think we're a million miles away from this dime. I think I'm supposed to play Tink over the Beast. And then just feel bad about it. Yeah, last game was ours to lose. I'm kind of interested to review it and see. Well, this is good. It means that they probably don't have the Shift Cindy, but maybe they do, and they're just trying to protect it. And they have Robin, also not good. Okay. It's probably Beast Hard-Headed and Smee here. And then we ink this Beast. Probably the Beast and the Popsicle, actually. Do this and a Popsicle. We'll play the Hard-Headed to at least kill the Flute. And then we'll play out the Smee. Then pass. Like, they've been able to have too many characters in play for too long, I think, to be able to sing. Like, they've just been able to do, like, 10 ink a turn for the last couple of turns. It's a bit too much. Yeah, I really would like to review that last game. I want to see where we messed that up. Getting a full loss is going to be unfortunate, but I don't think we're winning this game. If our beast lives... Oh, goodness. Yeah. If the beast is able to attack the Robin, and we have a swords off the top... we can maybe catch up here. So it has to be swords. Cogsworth is maybe fine. It's not great, though. We play Cogs. I guess I'm supposed to, like, kill these two so that we take minimal damage. Make them have to attack the beast with 2 things. I guess that's what we've got, so... we'll Smee over here. We'll Beast the Aerial, and then they have to double attack the Hard-Headed. That is okay. But not great, basically. That is a problem. They are just going to try and race us here, I suspect. And they will be able to. Because we're basically dead on board. How do we beat this here? Feels like I have to Whole New World. I don't think I can really play the bell, but we kind of need to. Okay, I really don't want a Whole New World, but we can't win with what's on board. And just drawing with Flav doesn't do it either. Okay, let's ink the bell. And we'll jam with our cogs here on the Whole New World. I really needed not Zeus specifically here. So that I can actually deal with this Cindy. I can ink again. Which I think we can ink the Hard-Headed here. Puts us to 11, so we can do 5, 11. And then leave them with just Cindy. So I can, like, hit this. We could hit here. Like, I want to play another Cogsworth, so I should have done that first. That was stupid. This just took an extra damage for no reason. I need to get 1 more damage here. I can hit that. It's probably better to develop the Smee. So I think I hit here. And then we sing Zeus here. And then we Popsicle. Our ordering for this whole turn was bad. Okay. Well, Yeah, our ordering was bad. We should have started with the popsicle, and then we could have full cleared the board. We actually might have been able to win then. I inked the dime instead of whole new worlding it. I mean, maybe this is still okay. We have a pretty sizable board. And if we can let it go the Cindy next turn, like, and still have our whole board, it's a 2-turn clock. This should have 1 less damage on it. I probably could have healed it with Popsicle, actually. That would have been better. Like, honestly, our best scenario here is that our opponent attacks with their Cinderella into one of our things. Well, there goes our Let It Go, so that is a blowout. So I guess they can just quest with this twice and we die. Fuck me, dude. Our sequencing on Popsicle cost us this game. Like, given how much ink we had, I should have known to just start with that. So that was really bad. That was real bad. I could rip Dime Bell off the top with this Flav. I guess that's an option. Is that enough? No, that's still not even enough. Yeah, I guess we just lose. I fucked it. I have to find on my last Zeus. I have 1 more Zeus that I can use to hit this Cindy, and that's it. I can still kill this if they kill the beast or whatever. Wait, this doesn't do anything. Strength has no text. Okay. So I have to do this first. I fucked this game. Damn, that's really tragic. I still have a redraw for the Zeus, I guess, because I can Tamatoa. But then we don't have an answer to the Sleepy's Flute or the Robin Hood. I do. I actually do with this. Like, I can sing a lot of these things, so I have to play the Tamatoa to draw 1 more card to try and hit Zeus. Wow. Wow. My sequencing totally cost us this game. Damn, that's really frustrating. Like, I absolutely threw this game. By not playing this Popsicle first. Holy fuck, that sequencing is so trash. Wow. That's incredibly frustrating. Like, I feel really stupid when I make mistakes like that. Like, incredibly stupid. Let's review game 1 and see if there was something that we could have done better. This is game 1. No, this is too far back, right? No, this is game 1. Somewhere in here, yeah. I think I see exactly where I fucked it, but we can go back to the start here. So we go first in the dark. And I think we end up sending back everything but the Smee and the Popsicle, and I think that's fine. Obviously, we get a shitty hand. It has nothing to do with the pressure of the tournament. I just played bad. Like, there's no reason to not play the Popsicle there first. I am not doing the math fast enough to figure out how much ink I have, and I keep making ink mistakes because I'm not counting them properly in Pixelborn. Like, I count them very differently in paper because I can, like, segment out this is for this spell, this spell, this spell, and then I know that I'm out, but I'm just not doing the math very well. Like, I should have known that I had an extra, like, 2 ink, and then you just start with the Popsicle to have the most information. That's always true. Like, that's just always a better line than not doing that. We can go a little bit faster here. Inking the Beast is fine. Blasting this with the Inkable, because it's more expensive, I think is also fine. So far, I think this was played okay. Opponent pins a queen, they play a Cindy, like, because of the way that our hand is, I really have no problem inking the bell here, because we don't have enough resources to really use the bell for a ramp, because we don't have a whole new world, all we have is just the Flav. Since we have no ramp, I think we can send the bell and just plan for Flaversham. And then we just, like, put a 3-3 on board and then send the Cindy, and I think that's okay. It's not the most exciting play, but I think this is also fine. I have a pretty good idea of where I messed up this game, honestly. It's in, like, 3 turns. 2 turns? I think it's in 2 turns. It's a turn that we played Beast. I think we fucked it up. Getting rid of this is not my favorite play, but playing the Flav here I think is right as well. And then questing. So then our opponent just plays out Hades this turn and gets back a 1-drop. An Inkable, right? And I didn't play around Zeus. And I think that was a mistake. So we look at this hand here. I don't have a lot of choices, but I have a couple. So I think, given that we know that our opponent has just a single 1-drop in hand, which we can clear up with this later, I think I was overvaluing this Zeus versus protecting the Beast from a... Like, our opponent has too many ability to sing songs, even with just the Hades in play. And we have the ability to kill it here. I think I'm supposed to ink this, play the Beast, and then sing the Along Came Zeus on the Hades. Because then, if my opponent has a Zeus, then that is their whole turn, basically. They can, if they have another Inkable, they can ink, play their 1-drop, and then play Zeus on the Beast and kill it, right? But that doesn't necessarily give them, like, more than one thing happening if they want to kill the Beast, right? Instead, I think I end up making just, like, a worse play that lets them get a free 4 ink on me by just playing the Beast, questing for 3, and then passing. Like, inking the Titans is fine here. I don't really think killing the Sleepy's Flute makes any sense in this spot. But I do think that if we just Zeus the Hades here, that it makes them have to commit their whole turn into killing this Beast. which I think is better, honestly. Like, it may not be, but it feels like it's better to me. Because I have to work under the assumption that they can sing Zeus or something to be able to interact with my cards. They ripped an Ariel off the top, which obviously we knew that the Whole New World was, or that the Zeus was okay here. So it kind of worked out okay-ish. Because we can clean up the board, not use the swords. We just go bash here, zap this, which overall was fine. I do still think that forcing them to use their whole turn to Zeus this if they want is maybe a better line. But it ended up working out in such a way that we have the answer to Ariel here in the Zeus anyway. Which we sing, and then we can add another ink to the board, even though we couldn't ink ourselves, which is not awesome, but it's okay. And then this forces our opponent to Whole New World here. But they've kept up on ink with us through the Whole New World, but we have a couple of things on board. So it's not a great position, but it's okay. But the fact that they have so much ink makes this really tricky, right? Because our clock is not very fast with the Mickey and the Flab on its own. And then because of our draw, we don't really have a great way of dealing with what they're doing. Because I overcommit, I think, into like leaning into this beast in the Whole New World. Let's maybe pause this turn. So we thought a little bit on this turn if we wanted to play towards the crab or not. Hang on. It feels like trying to get ramp on is fine, because we don't have an answer to this queen anyway currently. Like, we ink here, we play the bell. I think that's okay. We could also play the beast here, and I don't think it's embarrassing. We definitely don't need the card draw from the Flabs, necessarily. Okay, so we do play the beast. I think we're still in the market to, like, do this crab, but I don't actually think that the crab is that strong. I think it's okay. That's time in the round. I'm actually going to go to the bathroom real quick before the next round, and then we can maybe come back to this if we have time. So I'll be right back, and then we'll see. Okay. I'm back. We still have a little bit. We can look at this here. So we play the Beast instead of the Bell, which I think is fine, because it gives us something to actually sing, potentially. Go a little faster. Come on, dude. Okay, so we rip more nonsense. It's possible that we should just be jamming this Bell here so that we have more threats. But what I was playing towards was trying to kill their board with Tink Swords, I guess. Which maybe it's just a mistake. It's also possible that I'm supposed to just, like, kill 3 of these things, because I can do that, right? I can still develop the Quill. Yeah, we got rid of our Quill here, which I don't know if is right. Maybe this is where I don't like it. I think, given the removal that we have in our hand, we can just, like, remove both Aerials and the Queen. And then the best that they could do is just shift Queen and play Cindy or whatever, which we don't have to let it go for it, but we have a pretty fast clock outside of that. As we could sing it here, we could actually even develop a Bell. Because we could do... The next round is up, I have to go do that. So this is 7. We could play Bell plus do that, and I think that's maybe better. But we'll look at that after this next round here. So this is round 4. We're on the play again, which is nice. We send this for sure, and this. One of the Smees. Probably Tinkerbell. Yeah, it seems fine today, yeah. The WebSocket seems to have fixed a lot of the headaches as far as getting DDoSed. Yeah, I think we keep the Baboom just to deal with the Robin, and we can just run out a Smee on 2. No ramp again, which is unfortunate. I think I still send the hard-headed over the other ones, and just play the Popsicle. And pass. Last game gave me a fucking tummy ache. Just can't believe I let that happen. We need to tighten up our play. We've been playing pretty bad today, honestly. Alright, we're playing against Mufasa. If they play out a... I don't know if I care about Kita enough. This might be better than the Beast here, since we don't have any ramp. We'll go ahead and run out Smee and pass. No Pluto from our opponent, so I don't need to use the Baboom right away. Just the Kita on its own I'm not too concerned about. I'd rather save this for a more threatening card. Like a Gothel I'd probably kill. This is a good pickup here. We don't actually have to kill the Gothel right away. Is there ever a world where I'm getting rid of this Flav for this Coggers? I don't think that makes a lot of sense because our board's going to be kind of crummy. if we do that. Sorry, not the board, our hand. Like, I think it's we just get rid of Cogsworth, we play the Mickey, we get our ramp in. We can bash the Kita now if we want. We would lose our Smee for that. Does that matter? Kind of. I think I'd rather not do that and just pass. Especially because if I want, I can just grab your swords next turn instead of doing the Baboom or the Flav. We'll just see what they play. Like, if they play something else that is swordsable, then we'll probably do that. Pongo, I think, would be the most likely. I don't know what the Kita shift is. Okay. I guess we lose then. Sure. Frustrating. Really frustrating. Actual, factual, just in time, huh? I feel like I need to play this beast so that I can double spell at some point. I guess I was supposed to just kill the Gothel right away. We throw this game then. Like, we would just be empty board if we just shoot the Gothel, hit here. That just doesn't feel right at all. I'm not sure. Obviously, if they have exactly just in time, like exactly just in time plus Rapunzel, then we get punished. So maybe that's just not worth playing around. I don't really understand just in time decks. This is just like a very medium 2-card combo, but maybe it's good enough. RLS Legacy. If they quest with everything, we actually can kill most of the board with just a single swords. That would be our ideal. Like, we would leave the RLS Legacy in play, but we can kill everything else. I think I have to do that. And just leave the Legacy in play for a couple of turns. Like, I don't really see a world where I can not just like Mickey here, Smee here, swords, and kill everything. Even though I'm not a big fan of it. I just don't see another way around it. This. Like, what else can I do here? God, I can't believe they fucking just-in-time Rapunzeled me. That is brutal. Bien is probably okay here. I mean, I don't love it, because we currently have no answer to the RLS Legacy. Yeah, I assume that they would take the Quill here. Because it's the only thing that can get us out of this situation a little bit. Fucking Gothel again. Queen of Hearts. Just another Flaversham. I really don't think I can hit this for 4 and just let our Smee die, because that's really terrible. I also can't let them Rapunzel this, and they know that I have to, like, literally grab your swords to be able to kill it. This feels so bad. Or, like, I can't let them Rapunzel either, because then I just don't really see how we're winning. I don't even know how we beat a 3-4 then. Okay. We bash. This just literally kills us before we can kill it with the Flav. And brutal. Sure. Absolutely. This is 4. That'll put it up to 5. So it has 7 left. Like, I guess I'm supposed to do this. Unfucking real. Just in time on Rapunzel. How many Uninkables are they running? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Is this just not a Mufasa deck? Sure. I am defeated. Just in time. Yeah? Okay. Now we conveniently get to go second, because our awesome game 1 that we went first was terrible. We love that for us. What is even good in this matchup? I have no idea. I guess we'll keep a Baboom on the draw. Like, I cannot even fathom what is in their deck. It is beyond me. I literally have no idea what cards are in their deck, so it is what it is, I guess. That's what we get for losing last round. Well, at least this time we know better than to let them do this for free. I think I'm supposed to keep the other Baboom as well, and the Rise of the Titans. I guess we just get rid of Cogsworth, which doesn't feel great either. But I can't let them just in time and just draw 3 more cards. And maybe they don't even have it, but There's like no world where I can let them do that. They play out another Kita. Beast hard-headed. I am worried that we're just not going to have any real plays, which is really awkward. But it is what it is, I guess. Perhaps we can play our Mickey Mouse. Another Queen of Hearts. RLS Legacy. RLS Legacy we can manage. I feel like I'm supposed to keep the Zeus. Maybe I can't play the Mickey. Like, I'm doing this always. Maybe I'm supposed to just kill one of these and we just don't double ink this turn. That's probably the line. Because, like, we're a little light on resources, so maybe this is acceptable. Do you really have Gym and a fucking Location as the last two cards in your hand? Okay. I guess that's what they've got. Well, we get to draw two cards here, which is something, I suppose. We can kill this, play another thing, and then just not attack the Legacy this turn. I should have used the Quill here. Like, we have to hit this with Zeus. What did we just do there? Why did we not play this? Why didn't I sing? Neat. Okay. Don't Maui me, I guess. Nah, they would have just played Maui, I think. Okay, don't Maui me. I don't know. Oh, we fucked that turn up super bad. We should just literally have another guy in play. I have no idea what their deck is running. Like, unironically, I just don't know. They can't hit Beast here, because then they just lose their RLS Legacy. Okay. Is this just a... Let's rip up a Boom or a Fire the Cannons here. We did neither of that, so I guess we'll play this. That was a super weird turn. I mean, if they Rapunzel and just draw 4 cards, like, that's super bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. They can also play Chernabog, which we're going to struggle to beat here, too. Okay. Our opponent discards a card. Like, I don't know, dude. I'm garbage at this game. I literally don't understand what's happening in any of these turns or in this game period. Our opponent's going to ink and then just in time another Rapunzel out, and then we're just going to concede. Agrabah. Well, at least we have an answer to that, I suppose. So we hit the Agrabah. Play Cogs. Hit here. Quest for one. This doesn't really feel like a race that we're winning. I don't know. Maybe they don't even have Mufasa in here. I thought I saw one, but I have no concept of what is in this deck at all. So, like, it just is what it is. Yeah, they just inked a Mufasa, so it's like... Guess I have to smash all of these into Rapunzel. And then just feel bad about it. I don't really have a choice. They can Prince Eric and kill the Tinkerbell. Which is fine, because it means that we're not... Like, they can kill the Mickey and the Tinkerbell here. But we can rip a Popsicle and just, like, maybe be back in this game. Sort of our only out here. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really know how to win in Lorcana currently. We've done an awful lot of losing in the last couple of days. Sure. Like, the smart play here is just a quest. Because just killing Tinkerbell does not necessarily win this game. Just going to 16 probably does. I don't know what's in their hand. It could just be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It could just be a Chernabog. So who fucking knows, dude? The classic location Chernabog, Prince Eric, just-in-time deck. That's a lot of 2-card combos with Jim and also just-in-time. Like, is the idea that they just-in-time a Jim Hawkins to, like, put an RLS Legacy out? Like, that's probably pretty good. That's a lot of cards. It's booming us. Looks like we're going to get 2-0'd again. Don't think I have a choice, but that was pretty rough. Like, I need to ink more so that I can claw back into this game. We need to keep Rise. I don't think I can let it go, this Rapunzel. Like, I think I just have to play another thing and let them go to 16. Have I already inked? No. grab your sword. That can be good next turn. Like, I don't think that I need this. I think we just play another Mickey. And then lose to B-Prep. Yeah, I don't care if I lose to B-Prep here. I think we play Mickey Beast. Quest here and pass. And, like, the way that we win this game is we just sort of try to turbo on Ink and then find Dime Bell and close. I don't know. Like, if they just do two things and play Chernabog as well, like, I think we just lose. But they certainly can't also have Be Prepared in this deck, right? Maybe. Anything is possible. Literally anything is possible. I would much rather play against a meta deck every time, I think. Because then at least I understand what's happening. Like, Jim is bad for us, but it's not super likely that they want to play Jim anyway here. Because it doesn't... Like, I mean, I guess we have to attack it, right? But if their play is just, like, jam 2 locations or jam Maui, Maui is fine. It's not my favorite thing for them to do, but it's okay. Because it means that they're not closing the game. Like, if they quest with this Rapunzel... Piglet. Okay, so they did quest with Rapunzel. So I'd like to clean up this board, which is pretty easy to do. You can hit the beast here, swords. But I think I should draw 2 cards first. Just to see if we have a better answer to the Maui. In, like, Tinkerbell here. Then we don't have to slam one of these Mickeys into it, I guess. And then we also get to develop Tinkerbell. We can ink one thing, which I guess is probably... So we're always hitting here. We're always playing Tinkerbell. And we're always playing swords. But I can probably Popsicle once first, because we can ink. I think I ink the Sad Beast. And then we play swords. And we just quest for 2 and pass. We don't need the Sad Beast's draw, so it's like functionally about as good as this. We have an answer for a location. We have an answer for a gym plus location with this. If they just run out another Maui, like, that's fine. I basically just am in the market to remove the majority of their shit every turn, while still gaining some lore. They got rid of a Bare Necessities. This is... Okay, they Be Prepared. That's maybe fine, since we have the Whole New World. I don't necessarily need a Whole New World this turn. We'll start with the Popsicle. Cannot roll my eyes any harder. I can't really ink, so I just have to pass. God. Okay. It would have been really nice to be able to Whole New World that turn. But this is fine. And I can also Whole New World. I don't need to Whole New World here, though. I can just quest for 5. Or, sorry, quest for 2, rather. A dime would be okay off the top. There's a Mufasa plus something, I imagine. I don't know. Teeth and Ambitions. To kill the Smee. Okay. Then they bear necessities to see a hand of Whole New Worlds and a single swords. So this is a 2-turn clock that we're not winning the race on, so like, unironically, depending upon what we draw, if they leave us with the swords, which would be ridiculous, I was thinking about just killing this, because they have so many fucking random permanents that, like, there's a non-zero chance that we can just hit something, or that they can miss off this Mufasa. Flav. We can Elongame Zeus this. Is there a diamond here? No. Right? I mean, we crab. Crab and go to 12. And maybe we just play for the Tamatoa win with dime. That's fine. So this is 5, 6, 7. That's good enough, right? No, that's not good enough. We're 1 short still. There's not that many items left. I think I'd rather try to just find a dime than use the Flav. Like, we can dig 2 deeper. This way to look for the dime. We can also beast into it as well. Neither of those are dimes, so I should just sing here. I can popsicle first. No, I can't. Yes, I can. So we popsicle first. So we only need 9 for the dime. Jesus Christ. Okay, we'll take it. We will take our 1/1, I guess. Like, I have no idea what they're playing to have all of those different cards, but That is okay. We managed to secure a 1-1 out of a pretty losing spot after a pretty rough game last match, so we'll take it. What a beating, though. Okay, where was I at with this? We'll take our 1-1, and we'll just move on. There's not really much I can do with the just-in-time. Like, we had the ability to play around that, and we just didn't because I wasn't expecting just-in-time. So, this is the spot where we probably messed up, because I was maybe over-prioritizing, like, dealing with their board. But they can sing so many songs. So this is a review of last game's Game 1. I think our problem is we don't have any Cogsworths at all. So, like, there's just not much that we're doing in this spot, because we don't have any cogs. I can choose what I should have done, and this is now that I'm looking back at it. I think here, instead of using the Flav to quill, because I'm already tapped out on ink with what we have, but if I play, for example, the Bell, I can ink another thing, potentially like the quill. We can sing with Flav, Zeus this, cast this for 5 on the other aerial, so that puts us to 5. We can then do like Bell plus this, so we leave them with just Queen. We'd have none of these cards in hand. We can also not play the Bell and just play another hook. But I feel like the Bell is just a bigger threat. So we do this for 7. We play the Bell first and ink something, probably the Quill. So that leaves us with Beast in hand. Bell in play, 11 ink. They're at 8 ink, so they're going to 9, which is not great. But then that leaves them with just the Queen. And I think that's better than just drawing 2 cards with Flav here, because that lets us use our Quill again next turn. And it gives us more threats that they have to deal with both the Beast and the Bell as things that they need to answer. And they have less things to sing with then. I think that is some of our trouble here, is when I didn't use this to sing, we lost 4 ink this turn. Because we could have just blasted one of these for free instead of having to use the resources. And I think in my mind, I was like, well, if we find swords, then we can, like, clean up most of this. But we can clean it up fine without that. Because what do I end up doing? I think I leave all of this shit, play Bell, ink Beast, and then play this anyway. And we could have just been in this position with, like, literally just the same spot, it feels like. Except they would not have these 2 on board. We would have 1 less ink, but they wouldn't have these 2 on board. So then what ends up happening, because our opponent has 1,000 cards, is they're able to utilize more of them because they have the Aerial and the Queen. Like, they can sing with the Aerial and shift the Queen, and then use the Queen shift to deal with the Beast. Which I think that cost us here. Because I believe that they just... Sorry, I paused it. I believe that they just sing swords in this spot, kill the Bell for free with a deal 2, and then that leaves us with just this on board, and our opponent has like a bunch of shit, which is so much worse for us than it could have been. I think, basically, we whole new worlded and we left our opponent with a bunch of extra ink. Instead of it being one-sided, it wasn't anymore. And I think that's what cost us. It didn't lose us the game on the spot. Obviously, this game went on quite a bit longer, where we ended up getting milled out. but it made it so that they were able to slow us down so much that we were on the back foot trying to just deal with their stuff, and we had to keep whole new worlding every turn to, like, keep up. Right, because not only do they get to quest with the queen, they get to kill Flav for free here, which leaves their queen in play, and then they still get to kill our board with the swords plus the storm. It leaves us with, I think, nothing. Like, we just have the Mickey in play because they were able to cast so many spells. So let's go back and look at how many spells they were able to cast in a single turn because of how we played this, right? So how much ink did they get? Let's go to their turn. Opponent turn. Okay. So counting it back, we know that they have 2 from the queen. Which gives them the ability to kill this for free because of the queen ability, because we didn't limit them from being able to have a character that they can buff with this. Because if we limit that, then they can't really kill much with the queen without it dying. So they do that, then they pay 5, so this is 7. 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13 ink they were able to do this turn instead of 9. And, like, if their play is to Whole New World here, or sorry, to swords, like, that's most of their ink then. And that would have been so much better for us. Or they would have to have shifted the queen and then sang it. Yeah, this was a throw here. Because this slowed us down so much that we had to interact with their board now. Right? Did we Whole New World this turn? We might have. I think we play this, blow this up, ba-boom here and kill it, and then I don't think we even Whole New World. Getting rid of Let It Go here is a mistake. Because we just don't have an out to Cindy then, and that's exactly what happened. Yeah, we don't develop the things that were already in our hand, so we leave them with the flute, and then we just do this. And then we rip a shit hand. And we're like 1 ink short of being able to do Tink plus this. Which is really unfortunate. I think we leave them with just Ariel. We play Cogsworth instead of the Tinkerbell. That doesn't feel right. I think we could have just done Tink here and then hit the queen. Like, we could have kept our thing alive too from this board state. We could have just popsicled the Mickey because we have like 3 popsicles in hand. We just play Tink, kill this queen, and then all they have left is Ariel. Instead, we like leave them with another queen to play this garbage. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, now they play the Cindy, and then we just like... We have to do everything in our power to try and race now, but we're just behind. Because we got rid of like more of our resources than what we could afford. And our dime was in the bottom, like, 3 cards or whatever. So they leave us with just cogs. We, like, play all our shit. And quest, I guess. Which puts us at 13. How did we lose? Oh, right, we milled out. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where we could have not... I guess it's back here. Like, if we'd have played a little bit more conservatively, we could have just used more of our cards instead of wheeling. Because we're, like, Whole New Worlding and just not using all the pieces that we have. Like back here, this turn, like yeah, I think we fucked it up in the middle there. I think this turn where we left them with so much shit, they were able to do too many things to answer our board. It's like we had a pretty sizable board here, and we would have been able to have this board anyway, even if we didn't use the Flav to ink. We could have just used this to sing, we blast, Ariel, Queen. Like, they have a little bit more ink, but, like, we have more resources on the board, which I think is better. So the fact that they were able to do, like, 13 ink worth of shit and still have a decent board was a disaster. Unfortunate. Man, I can't believe we got 2-0'd. I know what I fucked up in game 2. Like, that one's pretty obvious. It was this last turn here. Not here. It's a little farther. Was it this turn? Yeah, it was this turn, right? That I fucked up? So it was this turn. So I had already inked, I think. Let me go back just to make sure. Yeah, so I think this play is fine. Like, not playing the bell, I think, is okay here. Because we have so many things that we need to do. So we've already inked, and we sing. I think that's acceptable. But we look at this hand, so we can go to 11. Right? With what we have, I don't necessarily think that we need to Flav this Quill, because we have a decent answer to not lose here. Because we can fight these, but we can do it later, right? Because this is only, like, assuming that we run out the cogs, right, and play both of these. This is 4, 5, 6, 11. Or we can sing with the Flav, which is fine because we have this, right? No, we needed the Flav to attack. Didn't we? This to this. So we needed the Flav to attack then. But maybe we change our mind if we can get rid of the Cindy. So, like, if we start with the Quill, we still have this line available to us anyway. This, regardless of what we do after the Popsicle, right? So we get rid of the Beast, that's whatever. We just, like, don't need to attack with these before doing the Popsicle. Because we just don't know what's on top. If it's swords, like, that changes the math too. Because then we don't need to use, like, all of this necessarily. So we did end up playing the Cogsworth after we attacked with the Beast as well, which is also just really dumb. And we ended up singing with it anyway. Everything about this was really terrible. Holy. Wow, we, like, played that wrong in a bunch of ways. Holy fuck, that was a throw and a half. Like, obviously we didn't know that the Let It Go was going to be on top, and we also didn't know that they were going to steal it from us. But, like, very little about what I did here makes any sense. Like, if my plan was to sing here, then I definitely should play the Popsicle first. Because we just, like, have extra ink then for no reason. Like, I got to this weird spot where I'm like, oh, I want to play the Smee, so I guess we'll sing. Like, if we're not hitting here and Zeusing and, like, questing... Yeah, this was so bad. Like, if I just Popsicle this turn, I think we're fine, right? So if we assume Popsicle... So let's review if we do the Popsicle. So if we start with Popsicle, we go to 10. And then we can sing here, attack here, hit here. Like, all it does is we don't develop the Cogsworth, but we wipe their board. And all of our stuff is alive. Holy fuck. What a throw. What a throw. Oh, the next round is up. Yeah, that was terrible. Everything about that turn was navigated so bad. Like, almost a masterclass in how not to navigate turns. Woof. Like, I didn't play to my outs by ripping this. I should have sang, hit here, shoot this with the Zeus, and then we would be able to let it go this, and then we're fine. Because then we just don't have this Cogs in play, which is okay, because our whole board is alive and they don't have a Cindy. Damn, that's really dumb. Can't believe I did that. Well, I can. I can believe that I did that, because I did. Which is why we're on 5 points. But we go to the next game. We pretty well have to win out 2-0 for the rest. To be able to make cut. So, it is what it is. Unfortunate, though. Really unfortunate. Like, some of those were our games to lose, and we did. Get rid of a whole new world. Rise, Flav. We can keep Beast and Cogs based on the matchup. We'll know what we want to run out on turn 4, I guess. Like, with the intention of whole new worlding. We found a Baboom, which is nice. A bit awkward because we don't know what they're playing. Like, if Cogsworth is amazing here, then it's going to be really unfortunate. I guess we could just get rid of a Cogs, it's fine. Because we have another one. Because if it's blue-red, then the Beast is better. If it's blue-steel, the Cogsworth is better, but the Beast is still fine. So that's kind of my thought, at least. Benja into Simba. So it's likely the Pride Lands deck. Ugh, that's a draw. Okay. So this is bad. This is really awkward. If I don't Baboom, I'm never going to have an opportunity to, basically. If I do and I don't rip an Inkable, then I lose. Like, maybe I leave the Simba in play then. Because it's also really bad if they rip a Robin and shift it, but I can't really stop them. Because if they just play Robin, shift, like, that's so bad for me. Cindy. Was I on the player draw? I guess I was on the play. So they run out the Pride Lands. So I guess I should Baboom this now. Instead of ramping. so that they can't play like 5 things. Maybe it's fine if they play 5 things, because we can just grab your sword them. I guess they can only play 1 thing if they put the Simba in the Pride Lands this turn. Okay, they Benja. Inksme play Cogsworth. Pass. I don't know how we're going to deal with this Pride Lands. Or that one, I suppose. So we play another Cogsworth and we just kill this. Yeah, I don't really know what to do here. We're just gonna die to these Pride Lands. We have the Cogsworth, which are good, but we don't have any power on board. Get rid of a Bare Necessities. They just cast Whole New World. That actually is better for us, I think. If we rip a Rise. It's unfortunate because we don't have a Swords to, like, clean up the board. And they just get to take the fucking Rise. Nice. Love that for us. They got rid of a Grab Your Sword and a Zeus. There goes our Rise of the Titans. I can't play 2 Bells this turn, which is really fucking tragic. I think I'm supposed to Popsicle first. Because what I need to find is a Rise of the Titans, I think. Because if I Rise, I can kill the Benja. Just attack both of these into the Benja as well. I lose so many bells if I do this, though. And if I don't find it, I lose. Maybe it's fine, though. I don't think it is, actually. I think I do this. Do I just attack this for 4? I could just attack this for 4. What if I just quest for 4? They're gonna go to 10, 11, 12, 13. Like, maybe my play is just to get triple bell. And then I just race. I don't actually know the answer. I'm thinking it's probably just race with these bells, but I don't really know. Like I just play double bell and then whole new world. Ink, like, our whole hand, and then just try to kill them the turn after. Their whole shit is going to be free. Maybe they don't put them in the Pride Lands, though. Cindy's Shift would be really tragic, though. Because they're going to be at 12, 15 that I can't stop. I can go to, like, 9. Luckily, our bell will live most of the time here. We maybe don't need double bell, so they do shift the Cindy, which is not surprising, I guess. They go to 13. I don't know if Zeus is good enough here. Over just, like, killing more of their shit. I think I can't play 2 bells. Like, I have to play 1. They're gonna gain 11. Like, I have to kill this Piglet, but that's not enough. Because this is 15, 16, 17, 18. So both of these are 3, so I kind of have to get rid of them both, but it's impossible. And if I Zeus Whole New World, like, I'd have to Zeus with Bell. And then I don't quest here. This will be 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Which is not enough for lethal unless I have this dime. Do I have another dime? I do. So I guess I have to do this. I have to do that, and then Whole New World. And then I die anyway because I missed on the Let It Go. 2, 3, 6, 7. I guess I can kill Simba, and then they are 1 off if I blast the Pride Lands. Or I can kill Benja, and it's the same. Ink this for sure. We ink this as well. I can quest here if I want. Or I can just do this, and then they can kill Cogsworth. So maybe this is the Simba. This is 5, 6. And I can quest for 2. Which puts the dime at lethal, so that's better. So I hit this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I hit here. Could have popsicled again. Did it out of sequence again. It's a Whole New World. Doesn't matter. We hit here. And then I quest with Cogsworth, and then I pass. And then this is 3, 4, 5. So that's not enough to win, I don't believe. And the double Cogsworth makes the Cindy's awkward, though Swords does still kill one of our Cogsworths. They could also kill a Bell, but killing just one Bell isn't enough. They would have to kill both bells. Because if I can quest with a bell and both of these Cogsworths, then the dime is enough. Obviously, if they Whole New World me, it's really bad. If they Bare Necessities, it's also bad. Because they can kill a bell. One. Yeah, who knows? They Zeus a bell and then kill it, that's okay. As long as they can't kill the other one, I suppose that's fine. I believe that I believe the top 16 is best of 3, yeah. I don't remember if I was on the play this game. I was. Because they didn't choose to, they wanted to be on the draw game too, so that's fine. So this is Pride Lands. Okay, I think we got them. Because this is 15, 20. Unless they sing Bare Necessities here. I think they maybe would have done that first. I don't know. Sort of gives us a backdoor let it go out if they don't quest here, though. Because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not enough to win. So if we remove the Cindy, then we just get an extra turn. Like, we can play the crab or whatever. Sing. $5, 10, 14, 20. Nice. I think we're okay here. Probably. They only get to pay 1 less always, right? With this, even if they have 2 in there. Get a redraw for Bare Necessities, I guess. Nice. Okay, I think we got him. Okay. Fucking Pride Lands. Alright. So that's game 1. Would have been 19 if we still had that other bell. Yeah, I think we had to quest with that Cogsworth to make sure that that was a line available to us. Like, I think that's our best potential outcome there. So we go second. We can't guarantee that this is going to draw us cards. The Cogsworth will be good most of the time anyway. Same with the Baboom. I think the Baboom is good. Let's send these to see if we can get a second ramp, maybe. Not a great hand, but it's okay. We'll see. They seem to be really heavy on Pride Lands synergy. I have Mickey's as well, yeah. I have no way to stop this from shifting, so if they shift me, then we're boomed. But, like, I don't have anything to stop it this turn, so we'll just play Popsicle and pass. If they just decide to shift Whole New World, like, that will be unfortunate. So we do have a pretty okay hand. If they don't and they just play like Robin, then I think it's fine. But we'll see. We'll see what they do here. Not a shift, it's just Pride Lands. It's actually, they also didn't quest. Okay, that's not that bad for us then. Because we have this, we can get rid of the Pride Lands in a couple of turns, and we have double Quill, which is nice. I think the play is we get rid of Bell here, because it's early. Then we play a Baboom on the Queen. And then we just pass. It's possible that they had the Queen shift and they just wanted to develop the Pride Lands. We don't really know. They could Benja or Popsicle here. So that they can get like a Benja, but we'll... Depends. They play Robin and a Bare Necessities. So if they have a Robin shift, it's a fucking disaster here because we don't really have any clean answer to that at all. But we do have double Quill, which is nice, so we can still play one. We even have the Mickey, which is okay. But I don't think the play is Mickey. I think it's just... I think it's just ink the Popsicle, play the Quill, and then get rid of the Mickey and pass. Like, we can beat a Robin, it's just not great. But we really need to be able to play this Cogsworth, I think is the rub. Benja I don't care about. It is good here. Like, don't get me wrong, the Benja is still good here. Because it means we might have to ink this Rise, but we do want to get this Cogs into play. I guess we're just getting rid of Rise then. I don't have a choice. Because I need to play the Cogsworth this turn more than I need to deal with the Pride Lands. And we could potentially Zeus the Pride Lands as well. Our opponent is on 3 ink still, so they may put the Benja in the Pride Lands and then just pass. But we do have an out with Cogsworth, just attack it, potentially. They can play another 3. We can just blast the Benja too. Hit this, play a Beast. If we kill the Pride Lands, they can shift. Well, if we kill the Pride Lands, then we don't get to play the Beast, which is pretty awkward. We could also just kill both of their characters and leave them with only Pride Lands. Maybe that is better. Like, we don't play the Beast and we just kill both of these. Ugh. We can also heal our Cogsworth too. I think I'm always killing this. Because I don't want them to be able to shift. And I think I'm always just doing this. We could ink here too. I actually think I'm going to. Let's heal the Cogsworth. Because we have the ability to Whole New World now as well. And we can start chipping away at the Pride Lands. Which I think I'd like to do, because now we can just kill it the turn after. Zeus doesn't kill Tinkerbell because we have the Cogsworth in play. They most likely have a Zeus here, so they're going to cast it. But we can kill the Pride Lands, and then at least be neutral with the board. Okay. I guess this, then, instead. Maybe it's better to just attack it. But my thought is that I want to get some lore to try and catch up. Because if their turn is just to, like, kill the Tinkerbell, I think that's okay. Oh, that's so good for us. That is actually so good for us. Holy. This is 9. I can't quite get to 9. I can get to 7. I should play another Cogsworth for sure. I think it's Ink Flaversham. And just play Cogsworth instead of Belle, Mickey. Because I don't really see how I lose then. Like, because next turn I just run out another Cogsworth plus Mickey, or plus the Belle. And then the game is just over. A gift from the gods. Because their hand was bad. Oh, their hand was really bad. I was worried about this Robin, and they just had nothing. They can go really big here. But I don't think that they can gain enough. I don't think they can put enough on board to get around what we're doing. They can Zeus the Tank now. And remove it from the board. Like, I think that might be necessary for them. They probably have a Shift Cindy, but that's okay. Because if we go to 12 and we have a Belle and another Cogs, I don't think that they can actually stop us. We'll see, though. Look, I'm in the market to just ink these beasts, jam this. Because then we can always play the Mickey. The turn after. Okay, so this is 1. So they can either do this plus this. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not enough. They can shift here and here. And that's not enough. So I think this play is still good. So we do this, ink a beast. It's okay. Ink a beast. Play another Cogsworth. And then I just quest out. And then they have to win next turn with 7 ink. And I don't think that they can gain 11 from this with 7. Holy, okay. We take those. The beast has been fine today. It is not necessarily better or worse than Cerberus, but it has been good in the spots where it's been good. And it has drawn us a few cards today, because people's answers have changed a little bit. So it's been enough that it's okay. I think if you don't have Gaston, you kind of need them as just an additional potential draw. Because if you don't, then, you know, you get boomed, right? So our record is kind of mid. We do have 2 2-0s, which is a good start. We have 4 more games to get probably 3 more 2-0s to be able to make the cut, right? Because 16 points doesn't feel stellar. I don't know what our breakers are. I guess I can look. $58 for strength of schedule, whatever that means. Somebody's literally 5-0 right now. They've just 2-0'd all of their games. I guess. I guess that is a thing that can happen. Like, I feel so far behind Like, we're just, like, not in... We're just not in it. I don't know. But you never know. We can rattle off a couple more 2-0s. Yeah. It is possible, the top 16. We just have to 2-0, like, all of them. And then we can... I don't know. I'm still sad about our round 3. I think we threw it right in the garbage. It doesn't say that they did that. Oh, never mind. You're talking about somebody else. I'm, like, really upset with my play in that flute game because I don't think that we played well. I don't mind losing to... like, my opponent playing well and me playing my best, and, like, they just outdrew me, or they had a better deck, or whatever. But if I make really egregious play mistakes and then we lose, like, this was, like, right after our account was reset. This is all in, like, wood and silver, because we had our account reset back to wood, so that was, like, through here. We just had a really high win rate, and then it's been a lot worse on blue steel because we're learning it. We didn't really have to learn red purple, and we got to the point where we were losing a lot more than I would like, and we changed off of it. And it's possible that if we just, like, adapted to what was beating us and then kept jamming red purple, that we'd already be done with the grind. I don't know. Like, I literally took a week vacation in there for this. We have 192 games, so we probably won't be able to beat what Savage had. I don't know how many games they did it in, like 230 or something, so looks like they're probably going to have a better record than us then. Like, it's unlikely that we just rip 30 games in a row or whatever. It's okay. We tried. I hate one-game formats so much. You just rattle a bunch in a row. This is platinum, yeah. We're here. I am probably going to try and get to Diamond 5 and then just sit again until after Friday. The problem is I don't play enough games in a day on a normal day to, like, grind the way that some of these players do. I just plain don't. I mean, I've only played 60, 70 games with blue steel in general. Right, this was over several days, you know, several streams, because I only play for 5 or 6 hours and then I'm, like, struggling, you know. Like, I don't understand how they're able to play for 10, 12 hours in a row to grind. Like, it just doesn't work for me. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't really think about that. Like, my win rate is just lower than, like, the average good player, I think. So, it is what it is. I do my best, but sometimes it feels like my best is just pretty mid, you know? But I do have really high expectations of myself, of course. So, like, my not do well is maybe might look like it's good to somebody else, but I have high expectations for myself. Because I want to win, which is why the loss in round 3 is so obnoxious. But, like, the reality is that it just doesn't matter, because if you don't 2-0, like, it's basically a loss for that round. Like, we have 8 points. There's people with 13 and 15 points already, so we're just, like, a million miles away from them. So, I don't know if we're even close to their level, honestly. Just certainly doesn't feel like it, you know? Like, we have no idea how to be at their level to... And maybe it's just play more games. That's just wrong. It'll be like 17 points for top 16. Like, literally in 4 games, that's 12 more points. We'd be at 20 fucking points. Like, there's no shot that all the players that are at 11 points are just going to 2-0 all their games. It is just not possible. It is just not possible. Because the higher that you get, the more likely that you're going to 1-1. Because you're just playing against the other people that have also been winning all day, basically. So at a certain point, like, you end up not being able to continue to 2-0 all day. The only thing that matters, it literally doesn't matter what happens with our opponents. The only thing that matters is that we win at least 3 more and then a tie, but 4 more would be better. Like, I think 4 more is a lock for sure. If we get 3 more and then 0-2 a game, that would put us at 16, which probably isn't enough. Oh, no, that would put us at 17, right? Yeah. The moral of the story is we need to win 3 more of our games. Like 2-0. And that's really all there is to it. So all we will do is play our best, because that's all we can do. Every day. And if we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. Like, we'll just keep grinding and do our best. And our best might just be doing okay, right? I mean, there's people that have run the numbers on it. There was an event last weekend, which also did that as well. But with 9 rounds, like, there's only so much... like, there's only so many points that you can get in 18 games. Realistically. I can bring up the deck here, too. Double check how much time is left in the round. 3 minutes. I don't know. I think our deck list is fine. I think we played really badly in round 3, and that cost us a match. Certainly on the last turn of the game 2, we threw that. For sure. Like, 100%. Everything about that turn was bad. But the fact that we were able to get milled out, it's possible that we could have navigated that a little bit differently, so then that wouldn't have been the outcome. But that one is a little bit harder to calculate, I think. Because that one, we don't know what the outcome, like how the outcome would have changed if we just choked them on resources more. Like the turn where we could have boomed, sang this with our Flaversham, and then just let it go and left them with just a queen. We don't know how much of an impact that would have had on how they can interact with our board. I do know that what we did probably wasn't great on that turn. So, but yeah, the game 2, I know for sure we made a large player, and we will just have to not do that again. And it's not always it's not always correct to popsicle first if you, like, in that spot we had just enough to cast all the cards and not play the Popsicle, which is what I was thinking. But if we were looking to sing the Zeus, which we ended up doing anyway, then we should have played the Popsicle first just to see. Because if it was Let It Go, then we just, like, are in a really good spot as we kill the whole board. And then we leave them not with the ability to just blow us out. As we were just left dead on board, basically. S and K Lorcana. It's the follow. And that's maybe one of the risks of having less Let It Goes and no Alice in the deck. Because if we have Alice, we actually had another potential out then. Because Alice, you can quest with most of your things and then still be able to kill Cindy. Like with how much Steel Song that we've fought today. Maybe it would have been better to have one just as an out to Big Cindy. I can't believe I lost 0-2. God, getting 0-2'd, man. Beating. We're like 6-4 right now, which is just not a great result overall. But we'll see what we do in the next round. We can still 2-0 a bunch of games in a row and make it out of this potentially. So it depends on our matchups. Depends a little bit on our draws as well. I think outside of our third round, I don't necessarily hate how we played any of the other ones. I don't know if in the green-purple matchup there was a spot in Game 2 that we could have played a little differently, because they're very aggressive. I think we played to our out to win that game, and we had like an okay shot at still being okay there. If they either don't hit the goat or don't hit a bounce. They had like, what, 20-something cards, and 2 of them were goats. So that's a pretty decent amount of chance to hit it. But like if they miss the goat, then I think we're fine. But they did have a handful of draws that would win it for them in that spot, so. They played to their outs, we played to our outs, and it just didn't work, you know? Looks like that's probably time in the round, so it'll be just another couple minutes. Overall, the deck list has felt okay. I might want the aerial just because it gives me another thing to dig to on those Cogsworth boards. That also can hit for 5, but can give us the ability to, like, with a single card, deal with a location or whatever, and that's why it was in here to begin with. What would I cut for it, though? Hard-headed number 4. You never forget, appreciate the follow. It's probably either hard-headed number 4 or Sad Beast number 4. It's likely one of those two. Like, I don't think it's Bell. I think it's maybe one of these two. Like, if we only need 3 of these, then it's just better to shave one. I don't know if we need 4 hard-headeds. Like, we haven't run into any of the mirror at all. And there was only one opportunity for us to blow up an item so far today, which was against the flute. Like, we popped 1 flute, but it didn't end up mattering. I'm not sure. Because we have the 3 rise, maybe it's just the beast. Like, we just don't need that much item destruction. Obviously, it's good in the mirror, but so is the Cogsworth already. I think this card is better against red-blue. And that's one of our worst matchups, so maybe... It's time in the round. So we wait. The Zeus have been good today. Okay, I think the Fire the Cannons has also been okay, but I can see a world where you just don't have Fire the Cannons and you just run 3 Zeus as well. Like 3 Zeus, 3 Baboom. Sort of just depends on how much you value the cheapness of Fire the Cannons on the draw, but a lot of times we just like can Baboom and it's okay. It just does limit our ability to double spell earlier. But you can sing this, which gives it a little bit more of a nod. In time again. I don't know if there's an extension or anything, but... we wait. We wait for the next round. Ideally, we run out at least another 2 2-0s in a row to get to 4, which would give us 14 points. Because then at least in the last 2 games, it'll feel like we have 2 win-and-ins. Like we have a chance then to spike a 2-0 and get in. But if we have a pretty rough game, round 6 or 7, it'll make it much harder. It'll make it a lot harder on us, I think. Our pace of play today, I think, has been better, though, so that's nice. Outside of a couple of, like, really big problems where we just didn't sequence properly. Like, we overthought the turn and just didn't sequence well, and then we didn't follow the plan that we actually made, even still. I think overall it's been pretty good, so I'm happy with that. Like, ideally, we don't want to be making those play mistakes at all, but that, in theory, will just be more practice. Yeah, I think Alice is interesting because it's cheap enough to give us another answer to some problematic cards. It could be that we just want to go a little bit bigger and we do the Zeus, like the third Zeus and the Alice. We just shave on the hard-headed. Because having the extra Zeus is a little bit stronger against the blue-red deck versus the cannons, because the cannons is kind of medium in that matchup. And then maybe that offsets the difference of losing the hard-headed. And then that lets us still play the full set of Tragic Beasts, which are maybe fine. I'm just trying to figure out what I play for the set champs as well. And, like, I don't know how important the Fire the Cannons is over just, like, Zeus to be able to fight Surfers and things like that. Because it also makes, like, playing out a Bell or a Flav, realistically a Flav, to be able to sing this, like, it feels a little better too. Because at least then it gives us the ability to double spell more. Like, obviously the Fire of the Cannons can do that as well. But this is a more impactful double spell that you can combine, say, Cogsworth or whatever to kill a castle. Kill the Pride Lands or whatever, those kind of stuff. And in theory, we can still Baboom Robins, which is mostly the reason that I have it. Yeah, kind of like that. Holy fuck, there are like 1,000 people in the judge room. There must be something going on. I don't know what it is, but I don't really think that it affects us at all. Must be some sort of a thing. Hey, Juju, appreciate the follow. Yeah, that's kind of what it seemed like. I don't know the whole situation, but it doesn't really affect us much. Angle shooters are going to angle shoot, you know? I don't know how he's doing on the day. I assume better if this round ends favorably for them, I suppose. It's really kind of hard, unless somebody is just a shit ton of 2-0s right away, to know where anybody is at. Because, like, the middle of the pack is just so much of the field right now. Kind of tells us nothing. Whatever. I don't care. I would like the next round to start, however, since time was called 8 minutes ago. These rounds do feel pretty long. But maybe it's fine. We will be patient, I suppose. Yeah, we just have to 2-0 3 times, which is not great this late in the tournament, but that is our out. We got to go 3 for 4, which is possible. Which is certainly possible. It is a little bit more difficult since we lost the round 3. So if we're at 9, we could go 6, 7, 8 for 17. Yeah, if we didn't throw round 3, then we could have potentially just 2-0, 2-0, 1-1, 1-1, and then had 17 points, and then maybe tried to play the breaker game at 17. But it doesn't matter. We'll just 2-0 the rest of the rounds, and then it'll be fine. Or we won't, and then we'll have more time tomorrow. To do something else. Still waiting for one table to report. Before we can go to the next round. It was table like 1,000. We're on 59. It was like table 100 something. And we were so far down that they may have just dropped and didn't click drop. So. Or they may have intended on dropping and just didn't click it. But whatever. We will battle as soon as the next round is up. They have finished round 5. So I will refresh. It did refresh automatically, but I will refresh again anyway. Alright, we have now got a game here. Don't know who we're playing, doesn't really matter. We go first. This hand is pretty bad. Even going first, it's a little rough. I think we full send. Keep the Smee to look for ramp. This hand is manageable. I think we dump one of the Smees, play the Popsicle. Draw our card and pass. Okay, so they inked a Robin, played a Cinderella. Given that outcome, I don't hate the Tinkerbell. I don't think I want a Baboom here. Because I'd rather hit a Robin, though they did ink a Robin. So maybe we just Baboom that. instead of playing the Smee. But maybe I'm fine playing the Smee here. And we just ink the Tinkerbell. I think I'm going to ink Tinkerbell and play the Smee, and then just have it be bad. This card is much better on the draw, which is what we want it to be, of course. So maybe the answer is that I'm supposed to just hit the Cindy and then ignore the Robin shift because we have the Quill. Rapunzel. So we don't know what flavor they're playing here, of course. If they opt to Bare Necessities here, that's fine, because we have the Mickey as a backup. They decided to just cast it, which is good for us, because I'm just not going to quest with the Smee. And we'll let the Cindy just exist. If they decide to deal 2 damage to Smee here and draw a card, I'll just trade. If they do nothing, then I will feel bad about our draw, I guess. Here I can ink the Baboom to just play the Mickey, then pass. And if I need to play the Grab Your Swords, I will. But I would rather flab and draw a couple cards, I think, so that we can keep inking things. Likely an Ariel, not a surprise. See what they hit off the Ariel here. Another Bare Necessities, sure. The Bare Necessities certainly loses value if they have to sing it here. Given that we can just kill the Cindy then. Yeah, I don't think I Grab Your Swords. I think we just flab here first. Draw some cards. A Rise and a Beast. I'd like to play this Popsicle. We don't know what flavor they are, be it Pride, Lands, or Item. But I may want to just play out a Beast Hard-Headed next turn, just as a character. I think we'll get rid of the Rise of the Titans. Just play a Popsicle and draw. I think I can quest with Mickey, and we'll leave the Smee back again. It's fine. Whichever one of these they take, I don't really care. Especially with the Flaversham, like, the whole new world looks a lot worse. It's likely that I would take Swords or Baboom here. This is Skill Song. We'll update the version that they're playing once we see it. I assume that they're writing our hand down again, which I guess there's value in doing that, but I still don't necessarily think that it's a stellar plan. So they take Baboom, which makes sense. Then they just play Lantern. They better a Whole New World now. The Lantern's a pretty ugly play. So they don't. So we'll just do this and blow up their Lantern. That seems fine. Do we flav here? Probably. I still think no matter what I'm going to do this, because killing the lantern is just too free. I'm just debating what I do here. So if I go to 6, 7, 8, and then I can play both of these. So maybe we'll just ink the Tinkerbell. We'll quest for 1 and pass. So the reason that I'm not developing with this Smee here... I should have killed this Cindy. They baited me into playing this. It's actually fine. Because I can Smee plus Zeus it. Oh, I can Beast plus Zeus it, right? Yeah, it has to be Beast and Zeus. Because Zeus is only dealing 3. Hopefully they don't attack the Smee, honestly. That's probably the worst for us. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, that makes sense. That is our worst outcome, basically. Yeah, Alice would be really good in this spot. Like, we cut it, and I've regretted it a bit today. Is there any way for me to deal with both of these? No. Right, there's no way. Because this hits for 2. This hits for 3. And this does nothing, so we have to leave them with Ariel, unfortunately. So I still think it's this, though. Like, we gotta get the Cindy off the table. And we'll just leave them with the Ariel. But I think I can sing it with Flav, and then we can do other stuff this turn. We'll do that, and then... we can... still ink this turn. We can get up to 8, we can play Beast. So let's do this. We don't need another Flav. And I think of these choices, we get rid of the dime. We run out the Beast and quest. The reason I'm not running out Tinkerbell here is, even though it would be pretty good, I would rather, I think, try and hit more targets with it. And I'm likely going to use this Quill to draw more cards next turn, potentially. Assuming that the Beast dies. They played their own Beast. Ours could still die here, of course. Holy shit, it lived. Unexpected. We'll ink Mickey. Another removal would be good here. I think I have enough ink that I'm okay with Fishbone Quilling to see if we can draw into something that lets us kill the Beast too. So we don't have something that also lets us kill the Beast that we love. I think I'm always playing Tinkerbell here. Maybe we're always playing Ink this. And then we play Smee. I can shift and that kills this. And then we also hit this. Maybe that's better. What if we shift here? That kills the Cindy. And then we can just let it go the Beast. We don't have to let it go the Beast. This is going to eat the Flav. But they get to sing with it if we don't. So maybe that's not worth for me. Let's do this. And quest. We all end a little bit this turn. And we'll see if it costs us. It might. Another beast, a Robin, a Cindy. And they just attack our beast. Okay. An item would have been good here, because they get to draw 2 cards now. And they can still shift that as well. We can gain 6. Let's play 2 more things. Alright. This is what we got. We don't have anything else, right? Any other lines? Like, we can't just do nothing. So I think we just quest out and then try to race, maybe. No, Cogsworth is really awkward, but they don't have that many cards. Shift Robin is good for them, because it lets them still quest, but Whole New World is not what I would have expected there. But if they don't have an answer to what we have on board, maybe it's fine. Like, they're looking for swords. Or Cindy to shift. They kill this, and then I guess they get to kill the Tinkerbell too. So the beast can kill the Cindy then. Do we just win? We just win, right? Because this is 18-20. Okay, that's game 1 on the play. Alright, so we do this. So we have a Smee, which is not our best hit. Double Whole New World, which we don't really need. Could be just we shift this, because we need to get some early answers to a shifted card. We'll keep the Quill and the Smee. Smee is like passable. Fire the Cannons is great. This is a pretty okay hand. Especially on the draw. Baboom, I think, is better on the draw because it's like the 2-drop slot is sort of clogged as is, but we'll see what they play here. They inked a Queen immediately. To play a Cindy. I don't know that I care about the Cindy a ton. I think I'm okay just playing Popsicle this turn. Because we're more worried about the Cindy later, but we're definitely more worried about Robin. It's a second Queen, so they likely don't have the Queen shift. Okay, they're a Lantern deck, which we knew about. Oh, I guess they get to take this with the Bare Necessities. Oh, that's fucking awkward then. Oh, that's maybe a throw. We knew that they were Lantern. We knew that they were regular Lantern Steel Song. Oh no. Wait. What? What? I guess this Smee just ain't it then. Because, like, I'm just going to blast this next turn. So I'm not going to have any time for this Smee. They must have Cindy in their hand, but, like, I just kill this and pass, right? Why didn't they take Fire the Cannons there? Perhaps we've been given a gift. Oh, they have an aerial. Okay. I mean, that's still good for them. As we haven't ramped at all. I mean, even if it's Robin Hood Whole New World in hand, they should have still taken it there. Like, there's no reason that you wouldn't take it in that spot. It still makes no sense. Like, we just do this, and then I guess we blast here. The Quill would have been better, but it's likely Whole New World. Which we lose double Cogsworth, which is really bad. I don't really have another line, though. I think it's destroy the Lantern, so that at least we're not down on ramp. I don't think I ever placed me there. Okay. They had Robin. Maybe they have Rapunzel. They have nothing. Okay. Oh, I bet they have Cindy. And we don't have an answer for the Cindy right now. Which is awkward. Because if they have Ink plus Cindy, then they can shift. Okay. That's fine. Okay, we can start playing Coggers. Which I think we're gonna do. We just bash this for sure. Like, if we get to untap and slam this Tinkerbell, I think we win. Like, we might just win. Like, we just do this, play Tinkerbell. Makes the beast mid, and then I guess I can quest with Flav to see if they'll attack into it. Like, I don't care if they kill Flav, because we'll just Tinkerbell back. And then that's good for me, right? They must just have a really bad hand. They have Zeus, too, to kill the Tinkerbell. That would be good for them. Not, like, great for them, but that would be good. Yeah, okay. We're still not, like, in a terrible position. We're not in an amazing position, but we could be worse. We found a Quill. I'd have to ink 2 of these to play the Quill, so I don't think that's worth it. Rather than just playing a Cogsworth, right? I think we'll just play Cogsworth and then pass. And then next turn we'll play Cogsworth and probably pass. And then we'll just have 3 Cogs in play, and then when we Whole New World, like, it'll actually be really good. Let's Strength of the Raging Fire, not getting good here. They grab your swords and deal 1 to our stuff. And then they just pass. So, Cogsworth. Now we can actually quest with Flav. And then pass. Because we're basically in a position now where we just play one thing. Oh, good, they got to Benja. We can also kill this, potentially, but I feel like it's better just to play the Tinkerbell. It could be better to develop so that we can Whole New World, but we really don't have to Whole New World here, because our hand is awesome. We do this. Then I think I just ink the Titans. I don't really feel like it's necessary, and I'd rather have more ink. In case we do decide to Whole New World. Like, they can't have any of these tapped, otherwise this Tinkerbell just, like, gets to bully their board now. Okay, we'll play a Quill. I think we'll ink one. Then we'll just quest with the Flav here. Draw a couple cards, see what we got. That'll do. Beast will blow up the Lantern. So this is 2, 4, 6, 8. To go to 12. I think I just quest out here. Because they don't have the resources to actually punch through all of this in a single turn. Yeah, it's all from the Cogsworth aura, because it has to apply a separate time each time. So we're still gaining 9, and any Inkable gives us Lucky Dime as well. So I think we just win, right? Okay, that's a start. Puts us at 11. We're on the road. Yeah. Did they have the Robin shift ever? Because that's what matters there, right? Because otherwise we just get to... we would have gotten to play our ramp. You can look. How do I look? This way? So we do this, and then it was like here-ish. So we go second, make it go a little bit faster here. Are we on 2x? No, we're gonna be on 2x, right? They inked it after we shot it. That's crazy. A gift. Because, like, we chose not to shoot this because, like, it is more important to me to ideally kill the Robin. But they did all of this. Oh, that's right, because it was just... Because we just blast the Robin. Maybe they didn't have another ink. No, they still had the Lantern. They played Ariel. They inked Benja. What is this card? That's what I'm concerned with. Ugh, fuck, it was a Robin. Right? Jesus. Okay. Yeah. So the one of the two cards in their hand was actual just Robin. So they literally had the ability to protect it. I guess, like, if they don't think that Robin shift is the priority, maybe that would make sense. Like, if historically they don't care as much about getting the shift, and they would rather we're just not ramping. Because you do lose that matchup a lot if your opponent gets to quill a bunch. And, like, we still would have had the Smee anyway. That turn. It's weird. It's a weird one. Yeah, maybe they didn't think that we were going to FTC there. But the Fire the Cannons definitely felt like the play. Alright, so that'll be good for this round. I'm going to take a little break then, because we still have 15 minutes in the round. Now I think is a good time to take a break. Maybe that's the play. I don't know. I was almost more worried about the Cindy, but yeah, the reason that I have the Babooms and the Fire the Cannons in the deck are for Robin most of the time. Like, obviously it feels bad if they take your thing, but, like, they're going to take something with Bare Necessities anyway, so it's kind of a crapshoot. But yeah, I'm going to take a little break, and then we'll be back for the next round, and we'll see if we can win out. a good break. Alright, the next round is over shortly here. And then we'll be able to go to round 7. So round 7 is sort of our pivotal round here. Yeah, it feels bad for sure. So if we're able to 2-0 in round 7, that'll put us at 14 points. Then it means that in 8 or 9, if we 2-0, even if we 0-2 one of them, as long as we 2-0 the other one, we'll probably get in. Maybe. But the real answer is that we just need to keep 2-0ing all of them and not think too hard about it. But getting a nice easy win off a Steel Song here in a spot where it's possible that if they'd made some different choices, that we would have been in a worse spot. But they didn't really ever have the whole new world in spots where it was super good, so against Steel Song that certainly helps. We are 3-0-2, I guess, or 3-1-2. We have 11 points, which is like okay, but not great, because it means that we still need to win quite a few games in a row at 2-0 in order for us to make the cut. Currently, the cut is already at 13 points. Yes, you would need 3 wins in a row. And then you would be at, what, 12, 17? So then it would be possibly on breakers at 17 if that's where the cut ends up being. If I win out, I can get to 20 points. As long as I win out on 2 of my games, I will get to at least 17, and then that will be a good position to be in. Because I don't really understand this strength of schedule portion, but I think that our breakers are good. I don't really know. I don't have any concept for where we're at in that. Basically, I understand that it's an amount of points based on what our opponents have done. And then whatever, right? Yes, the breaker will be games 1 first, and then it will go to strength of schedule. So realistically, if you have less hard losses, that will be better than somebody who if you get to 17 points because you win out from here, then you're likely going to have better breakers than somebody who, like me, for example, lost in round 3 completely, and then we cobbled together the rest of it with 2 more wins to get to 17 or whatever. If we throw round 9, 2-0 the other 2, we'd have 17 points as well, and then your breakers would be better for the first breaker, basically. So I think strength of schedule is the third. You want a higher number, but that is for your third breaker anyway, your strength of schedule. So that will only come into play because it'll do points first, then your games won, and then strength of schedule. Currently we have 8 games won for our 11 points. But there are people with 11 points, I assume. That's about the same. We need more rounds for the 11 points to be different. I think a lot of the 11 pointers are probably in a similar boat. Yeah. Sure. This is what we're playing today. We are in turns, probably. So we will see where the turns shake out here. Yeah, it feels fine. I think we made up some pretty bad misplays in our third round, which probably cost us a game. I think round 2 was pretty close. Like, I feel okay with how I played in game 2. Like, we played to our outs, and they just had exactsies with the GOAT. But I think the way that we navigated was fine. But in round 3, we just, like, played really bad. The rest of it's, I think, okay, though. I don't know if everything was ideal against Mufasa. I don't remember those games. I'm pretty sure that they just, like, destroyed us in game 1, and then we had a close game 2, I think is what happened. Yeah. Oh, that's right. They just-in-timed... Yeah, had I known what they were playing with just-in-time, I assumed that they were just a normal Mufasa deck. We could have potentially just baboomed their... Tremaine, and then they wouldn't have been able to draw 3 cards with their just-in-time. But on turn 3, they just, like, healed their thing, had a 3/4, ripped. Yeah, they were playing a weird one. They had, like, just-in-time, Jim, like, RLS Legacy, Be Prepared in their Mufasa deck. It just, like, was... I didn't really know what was going on, which is good for them, right? Because the surprise factor is definitely high. I mean, like, you could literally just-in-time a Jim out and put an RLS Legacy out on turn 3. Which is probably pretty good on the play, I imagine. Which is, I assume, how they're winning some of their games. They just, like, have some of these, like, big blowout sort of lines. It is a lot of cards to dump all that out. Like, that's your whole hand, basically. Okay, so we get another round here. Which it is up. So we will battle our round 7 here. Ideally, 2-0 for all the rest of our games. But that's what we've been trying all day, so that doesn't really help us. Good luck. Yeah, all we can really do is play our normal game, and then it is what it is. Hopefully I actually copied the right code. Okay. So we go first. We have a Baboom, double Cogs, Beast. His hand is actually fine. Like, I don't know what else we would want out of this. I think that we ink maybe the Flav. Yeah, I think I'll keep this. We'll ink Flaversham and then pass. And then we'll know if we need this Baboom or not. Like, we probably don't. Like, we probably don't need double Cogsworth either. So maybe we hold on to it and pass. I was like, we can do this against a Surfer as well. Like, double it up. If they snake and bounce, that's good for us. Okay. We found a Smee, but I think we're supposed to just ramp this turn, because they can't stop us. I think it's ink this, play Quill. I would like to play to our outs for Surfer. I think we're still looking to maybe play Beast next turn. Even if they Surfer and gain 2 off of it, I think I'd rather play the Beast, and then we can follow up the turn after to kill it. Unfortunately, we're losing another Smee. But I want to keep this for Castle as well. I think it's just this and pass. There's nothing that they can do to kill it this turn, but they can try to race. Okay. Are we supposed to Whole New World here? I think I'm supposed to just kill the mini, ink a couple things, and try to set it up for next turn, maybe. If we ink this, we're losing to, like, we're just dying to Castle here, right? It feels really bad, but, like, I don't know what else we do. I'm gonna hit this twice. We take that out. We'll ink Titans and the Flab and pass. Like, I think this is the play. They are just going to try and race us here, which is unfortunate, because we don't really have an easy way to stop them. They just didn't ink. Okay. Okay, let's play Bell. Ink the Quill. I'm gonna Whole New World now. Holy shit, they couldn't ink any of that. We found multiple dimes, so we can start dime belling them pretty easily here. I'm debating on if I play this Cogsworth or the Beast here. I can ink 2. I can actually just play Tinkerbell. Maybe that's better, because it can threaten what's on board. I was thinking about this Mickey, but I don't think that's what I want to play here. I think it's just Tinkerbell, and then I pass. That's 2 Be Prepareds, most of their, like, removal. They can play the game again, but with these dimes, like, I can race pretty well with this Bell. They play Crab to trade there, which is fine. They also play a mini and another mini. Okay, that's problematic. Do I Whole New World again to try and kill the board? Or do I just try to get down double dime and assume that this Bell is, like, gonna live, maybe? I think that's probably better. Do the beast. So I need 9, 14 for this, so I can't get the cogs down as well. I think I'm supposed to just dime here on the bell to gain 5. And then I probably ink the Cogsworth. And then I pass. And then if our opponent doesn't have exactly Medusa or a way to kill Bell, we just kill them next turn. Right? Like, they have to kill Bell now. And any other thing that they do that isn't killing Bell just isn't good enough. Right, because we need 9, 10, 11. Were we on the play or the draw this game? Does anybody remember? We were on the play. Okay. Okay. All right. We got game 1. It was a pretty close game, actually. Closer than I would like. Get rid of these and these. I'll keep 1, fire the cannons on the draw. I don't think I can keep the swords, even though it's good. I think I have to send all this to see if I can find a quill, since the quill is generally my way of actually winning these games. Yikes. Rafiki. Fuck. It's much less good if they don't play Rafiki, so that's problematic. Two Teeth and Ambitions. Okay, they snake. That's nice. So that slows them down some. We can Popsicle in a few turns. This is our only ramp currently. Let's get rid of the Hard-Headed then and play out a Smee. Surfer's gonna be bad, but there's nothing that I can do about it. There is something I can do about it. I can clean up this whole board. I can clean this whole board. I think we'll do that. We'll keep this as well. So we'll hit this mini with 2 things. And then I think I just attack here. And I pass. And then if our opponent just plays Castle, then that would have been fine. See what we draw here. Whole New World. Like, I don't think the play is just Flaversham. But just Popsicle is also just, like, not it, right? I really don't want to lose to a castle. I don't necessarily know if Flab is like a super good play here, but I think that's what I'm going to do. I actually don't like this at all, now that I think about it. Like, I don't know how this actually helps us here. Because, like, if I want to draw cards, I have to play the Popsicle now, and it's really awkward. Like, how do I deal with their board? I think I have to draw. Let it go on this is pretty medium. But we can't cast it this turn anyway. I think I just have to draw some cards. Zeus would have been okay here. I think we have to get rid of the Cogsworth and then try to ramp a little bit more. Okay, that's something. Okay. Yeah, this is good. Not great, but this is manageable. They're gonna be at a lot, but we can basically wipe the whole board. I think the play is supposed to be probably just Tinkerbell first instead of the swords. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's Tinkerbell. And then pass. And then we just hope that they go to 12 and then don't play anything that's particularly good. Oh, sick. Please only attack with that. Damn. Okay. It's actually fine if they attack with more stuff, because we can kill the Maui then. And then just cast the Grab Your Sword. Put a little bit of damage on the Tinkerbell. Just like do this or this and kill the Maui as well. Like, I think it's better than killing the rabbit because it protects our other stuff better. Just do this. And then I quest here, I guess. I don't think I ink any of these. We might need to use all of them. Okay, another rabbit is not great. Rabbit into mini. We need another thing that like deals damage is the problem. I didn't want... They could have just Tremained me then, and then I just lose instantly. So that's probably not it. Doesn't really make sense to lose to Tremaine for no reason. We play Cogsworth for sure. Probably Cogsworth Smee. And then we'll hit here. I don't necessarily need to deal damage to these, right? I can just do this instead. It's like we need to kill it, but we can start getting some lore in. Like, what I want them to do is just play a castle and put 2 guys into it. I just don't think that that's going to happen. So that doesn't... Oh, fuck, I didn't heal it. That does kill it. Shit. Well, that's a throw, then. Fuck, they have a goat, too. Dang. I don't really see how we can win here. Like, we don't have enough ink to actually beat this. Even if I play another Cogsworth and just go for 5 to 9, like, we're just not winning that race either. We can Smee here. Quest with the rest. I guess that's fine. Keep them at 17. 18 with the goat. Yeah, I guess we won this, probably. I mean, they could just brick, I guess. Like, they have so many cards in hand. I don't really see how they don't win this. But, like, I don't know what's in their hand, but I don't really see a way that they don't have enough to win here. Like, Tremaine on its own is already basically good enough. So we can go to 13, potentially. It's like I can't kill these either. So, like, I have to Whole New World. Like, I don't really have a choice. Like, I think I have to play the Quill in Whole New World. But, like, this doesn't really feel like a super winning line either. I just don't see how we're winning if we don't do this. Nothing in here actually kills their board, right? We already fire the cannon. We already inked. I think we're dead. Like, they most likely have a bounce now, so the goat is lethal next turn. And I can't kill the Tremaine. I guess I can wheel again. And then maybe live. Like, I think that's my only out here. Because I can live here, technically. Because I can kill the goat. And they would have to have specifically goat. Then my Smee technically lives as well. I can't play this as well, right? No. And I can't get to the point of dime belling, so, like, they can just play shit and I die as well. But I can play another Smee, I suppose, so that's something. So we have to Zeus this. I have to kill the goat and hope that they don't have another goat, I guess, or a spellbook. It's like this, and then we can heal here. And then pass. I think we're one short of dime belling, right? So even if they don't kill us, we're just short. If they don't play a 1-drop, which seems unlikely. Oh, fuck me then. They needed to not play a 1-drop here. Do I have another Zeus? I do. Okay. So I can do this and try to draw into something that kills this Olaf. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. We're running out of juice to be able to do this. They're just digging to goat here. Yeah, they got me. Fuck. We tried. Was there anything that I could have done differently that game? Heal Tink. Yeah, I could have healed the Tinkerbell. That maybe was the spot. We can go back and look, but that might have been the only spot that really fucked us. How do I can go back here? So that was here. Or was that? No, it was back here more, so it was here. So we didn't need this popsicle at all. And I was not thinking about crab. I was thinking about Maui. Or Fox, because Fox can't kill this cleanly, and neither can Maui. But I didn't give crab enough consideration, and I probably should have. Like this was a blunder here. Because then we lose like an entire thing on the board that also would have been good against their stuff. And they get to draw a card off of it. So everything about it is just like not good here. All this just to keep a popsicle around. Like, it's so bad. Because then now we're just down an entire 5-drop. Which like we could have been questing faster. Basically. So yeah, you're right. The popsicle, I think, is the line that we fucked up there. Yeah, I think that's... Like, we get to keep the Popsicle if we... Like, it's better to keep it if they have Maui, but, like, if they have Maui, then we want that, because then they're not doing anything. So, I should have just thought about the crab. Yeah. I think if we give consideration to, like, all of the things that we're able to actually beat here, or was that here? Or that beat us in this spot. I think all of the things that can kill Tinkerbell here... Yeah, there's no reason that I shouldn't have... There's no reason that I shouldn't have healed it here. Because realistically, like... yeah, that's really bad. Fuck. Like, from this spot, the way that we lose... Like, Be Prepared is bad, obviously. But the way that we win is, like, if they just... Like, let's imagine that all they do is Maui on this turn. Right, like, the only thing that they do is Maui and attack the Tinkerbell. Because that's 5 of their mana... 5 of their ink. And then the Mickey can just, like, kill the Maui or whatever. And maybe it's still not a good position for us, but it would be better, because that's, like, their whole turn. And then the Smee can still clean this up, realistically. Like, Smee kills the rabbit, and then we Whole New World. Ah, fuck. I mean, I'm just making a lot of misplays. Like, that is just a better play. And I was even thinking I need to heal this. Like, what I was going to do... So, here's what ended up happening this, and what cost us this. I'll show you exactly why we fucked this up. So, in this spot here, right? Or here, right? So... My original plan on this exact position was to play the Cogs, play the Smee. I was going to attack the Tinkerbell into the rabbit, and then just, like, shoot the Minnie or the rabbit or whatever. Probably shoot the Minnie, because I'd rather Smee the rabbit. And then I was going to heal the Tinkerbell up to full, so our whole board would have been full health. And then we quest for 1 with the Mickey. And then right at the last second, I audibled and said, oh, I guess I would rather get 2 lore here, and then I'll just put the damage over there instead. And then mentally, this only had 1 damage on it, so I didn't want to use the popsicle on it, and that's what killed us. Because I didn't stick to the original plan that I had in my head. So I fucked myself by changing my goddamn plan midway through doing it, all to get 1 lore. Because if we don't care about this 1 lore here, we're at 3 or 4, like, it just doesn't matter. If in this spot my entire board is full health with the Cogsworth, like, then the worst for us is that they, like, play a thing and be prepared. But we're not beating that anyway in this spot. Being at 3 or 4 doesn't change that, and this way we could have played around Crab, and we didn't. Because I changed my mind, it also meant that the mini, because the damage should be on the mini, because the rabbit is more likely to get bounced as well to draw a card, and we're more likely to hit the Smee into the rabbit anyway. But all that this did, it was allow them to have this as an out, and then the mini also doesn't have damage on it, so then we can't do this either, which is a fucking disaster. Because then we have to use our Smee to hit this, and then we also can't quest here. But it doesn't matter, the Crab, because the only thing that they can do is Maui. So we should, like, we don't need this popsicle. Like, our draw is the whole new world that's in our hand, and we can't use it anyway. Like, we don't have time to do Flaversham draws at this point. Like, it's way past the point of Flaversham. So it's like... Because now, instead of being able to just, like, kill this mini, because I had 2 extra damage, and then being able to, like, quest a Smee or Whole New World or whatever, all I get to do is hit here and gain 1 lore, right? And then we just still have this stupid-ass fucking popsicle. I guess we can quest with the cogs, because we have to rush. Like, it's something that works with Flaversham. Like, that's the logic. Like, there's no other... I didn't think it through. The popsicle's fucking irrelevant. Like, it's the same reason that you would ever keep a popsicle. I had the line. I literally had the right line. Which is what I was even saying. Like, hit this, and I'm like, oh, I don't need the damage on these. Which is also just wrong. It's just wrong. Everything about this play was wrong. Because I hit here, I can heal all of the damage. I can shoot this, so then the Mickey can kill this, and the Smee can kill this. Like, there's no reality where what I did was right. Period. Like, there's no value. This popsicle has 0 value. And flipping the damage, like, is also bad. I should just put more damage on this, because how am I killing these? It's literally with damage. What if I rip a fucking another Tinkerbell? then if this has 2 damage on it, like, I just get to kill it. Like, there's no reason to put damage on the rabbit, because ideally we would want to put the Smee into it, but also this is the most likely thing to get bounced. So the only line here that makes any fucking sense is doing what I was supposed to do to begin with, which is what I said I was going to do. And then I'm like, oh, I can just gain another lore here, like a fucking monkey. And then I just did this instead, and gained 1 lore, and then just lost my character for free. Ugh. Like, I'm literally never going to win any of these tournaments playing like this. Like, straight up. I'm just not going to. So, it's like... It is what it is, I guess. It's this. You want me to play it? So, like, what I said is, oh, I don't need to put the damage on here, I'll just get an extra lore. And then I just didn't use the popsicle then, because my line of play that I was originally going to do is do this, have 2 damage, heal it with the popsicle. So I broke my thought process, like I broke my chain of thoughts, and then I just fucked it up. And then they just get to crab and kill my shit for free. And then play a goat. Like, they just get to develop more stuff to the board in a spot where I needed to be racing. But this let them kill a thing for free, which was the problem. Because if this has more damage on it, I get more lore in this turn anyway. Like, I would be at 3 here. We would still have our guy. And, like, in this same spot, we then would have all of these things. The Mickey then swings into this, so we'd still be at 3. But we could quest with all these and go up to 9 or whatever, right? And instead, we're able to, like, run out the turn. We can get to 7 through the same outcome. And then now we're just like, no, I took extra lore and it cost me a character. An entire fucking 5-drop that they got to trade a rabbit for. Like, in this spot right here, this position, I mentally was saying, I need to do this, put damage over on one of these. The thing that I would put damage on is the mini, because the rabbit is more likely to be bounceable, right? There's less likely to bounce this, and I can trade this, or, you know, I can eat this with the Smee, right? And then, right before I did that, I talked myself into a different line, because I'm stupid, and that line was, if I attack here instead, I can quest with the Tinkerbell, and then I missed healing with the popsicle, right? I don't believe that there's any world where I need to not heal with the popsicle. Like, the reality is that this popsicle is irrelevant to this game, outside of being a heal 2, or a heal up to 2. Right? So there's only 2 actual lines of play that can be made in this spot. It is either hit here, quest for 2, heal this, or hit here, deal 2 damage here, heal this, and then quest for 1. Those are the only 2 lines that make any sense at all, and I did neither of those. And I just have this popsicle in play for no fucking reason, literally the rest of the goddamn game. Like, literally the rest of the game, we just have this fucking popsicle in play. For what? For fucking what? For nothing. And then I have to absolutely struggle to, like, deal with anything on the board because I just don't have a 4/5. Like, that's multiple matches now that we've thrown in the garbage. And it's just really frustrating. We're in round 8. We go first again. Kind of first a lot today. Hasn't really mattered at all. We send back Let It Go, Rise of the Titans, maybe Bell. We'll keep this and this. We don't know which one will be better. Found a Baboom, which is good. Like, I don't know if I need item destruction right away, but we have a lot more of it, so I think we'll get rid of it. It's really awful in the mirror if I do that, though, but we have Cogsworth, so it's maybe fine. I think I'd rather keep the Flav for now. We'll play out our Popsicle here. The problem is that it doesn't seem like I'm learning, and that's what I hate, because it feels like we're just not getting better, and then that's problematic. So we're against what I assume is red-purple, with an awkward draw here. Whatever, we're in this game now, so... see what they play. If it's a Kuzco, I might just shoot it, but I'll probably just play the Quill into the Beast. Hit this, let them Kuzco me back. If it's just Snake, that's fine. Is there ever a world where we would play double Sad Beast? I don't think so. One maybe, but not two likely. I think we do this, the Quill, and then if we get rid of this Baboom, we're just leaving ourselves pretty fucking dead to Mini. But I don't really know when we're going to be playing the Baboom, so I think we're just going to do this and pass. Like, if they Surfer here, we're still just playing Beast or Cogs. Probably Beast because we're on the play. They played a Maleficent. Maleficent is fine. See if they want to trade here. They don't. Okay, so that's good for us. I think we just ink the Mickey. I'm debating on inking this Cogs, too. Like, I'm playing this Beast 100% of the time. But there's a world where I want this Cogsworth. But if I want a whole new world next turn, like, I would rather have this in play, I guess. Like, it's nice to play Cogsworth and, like, fight their shit, basically. I think I'm gonna get rid of it, though. Mostly because I have this Flav to draw cards. If they decide to Pinocchio and just smash both of their things into my Beast, it'd be pretty annoying, but it is possible. You can just Teeth it. That's okay. I think I'm super worried about the Teeth line. Since we still have the Flav. Just gonna bounce their thing. Sure. Could heal it as well. Just send the Quill. We'll see what we draw, actually. So this is the reason that a Cogs would be nice. Because now, if they attack with the Maleficent, we could play a Cogsworth and then, like, Smee. So we maybe set ourselves up for failure here. Do I want to heal this? I want to leave it as an option. Yes, I do. So they may have a Medusa, but we can draw some cards here. Before they get a chance to play it. We do have a decent amount of ink, so like ripping a whole new world, I wouldn't be afraid of playing it necessarily. So they don't have any real draw, if that's what they're bouncing. Why didn't they just play Goat here? It's interesting, I guess. Grab your sword is reasonable here, I think. Let's draw some other cards and see. Tink sword is probably better, huh? Tink sword and then we quest. So we have like one turn before they can B-prep us. We can try to gain some lore. I assume Medusa to kill the beast. I'm not going to Zeus the Medusa. Oh my god, that's such a good draw. Like, I'm likely not going to play much of what we get here. It could honestly just be Dime this turn. Just to have it down. We knew that they had this, which means that they're not B-prepping, which means that they probably lose here. Because anything that we can quest with puts them much, much closer to losing. It's okay. I'm playing badly, and that's losing us some of our games, unfortunately. But it feels like we're doing our best, which just doesn't seem to be that stellar today. Another Dime. Draw 2 cards. We just activate our Dime on this quest. We'll play Fishbone Quill. We can just ink like non-characters. Like this. We can ink. I guess we only need one more character, so we can do this, and then just play this. And then pass. And then we can just, like, double dime. Basically anything at this point. Probably overthinking it. We don't really need to do much of this nonsense to win this game, at least. We also just kill them with Bell. This takes us to 16, 17, 18, and dead to the cogs. Just can't beat a dime. We don't really need the second dime, basically, is the thing. So maybe, like, our line of play was just weird. We just don't need the other dime at all. It's gonna pass. There's nothing that they can do. Okay, it's round one. Now we gotta win one on the draw, which is tricky. We only played red-purple twice today. Feels like the only games that they can win are on the play, but... So we got a Quill. I think we send the Mickeys. The Bell. I almost want the Grab Your Sword, but it feels really weird to keep that. Maybe we just ship everything. So we'd really like a Smee to slow them down. Oh, okay, well... Sand would be playable on the play, but it's really bad on the draw. Like if our opponent has anything, I think we just lose here. This may be a whole new world double Fishbone Quill kind of game. This is actually okay for us, because it slows them down. We ripped a Smee. This can guarantee the whole new world or the Grab Your Swords. Maybe that's worth it. Like, I just don't foresee us winning this game unless we... dig deep here, right? Not a surfer. I unironically think I just kill that snake. I think I just kill the snake. And I don't know if I baboom this. Considering inking the baboom here. It's unfortunate that we have double Whole New World in our hand because it means that the like double Quill line is not as strong. Because we can't like draw to a Whole New World, draw to a Whole New World. So I think we do one. And then we'll see, maybe they play a couple more twos, and then we can swords before we Whole New World. But it definitely feels like we're going to have to just ramp up in Whole New World. When is the next tournament? I don't know, we're in one right this moment. I'm not sure when the next one is. So they have a castle, which is fine. Ish. We play the cogs. Do I ink the Baboom? Like, how are we dealing with this castle? Like, we almost certainly have to Whole New World next turn. So I think I send the Baboom to get more ink. Like, the way that we're digging out of this is we just have to get more resources. Otherwise, I don't really see how we win here. Certainly not like this. Like, it's okay if they put it in here, because they're not going to quest with it, because the cogs can just kill it. Honestly, questing is probably fine here for them, because we need to answer the castles. I think the play is ink, ink. Whole New World. Rabbits and Be Prepareds. We can't kill both this turn. But we can go Zeus plus Baboom, Baboom. And then we have this the turn after for the other one. So this is 5, 6, 7, and then 2 on the Maleficent. What did they get rid of? Just Rabbits and B-Prep. I don't necessarily have to Baboom this. I could play the Popsicles instead. Let them go to 9. Because it gives us better outs to a Surfer. Not having 3 Whole New Worlds left in the deck is a pretty big problem, though. Because, like, that's how we're able to claw out of this. I suppose the Flaversham would also be a good draw. Like, this is predictable. Like, we knew that was an outcome that would happen. At least we've got the Popsicles in play, I guess. I don't care that much about the Maui. Like, I want them to waste ink putting it into the castle. Such a bad draw. Literally my entire deck is basically characters at this point. That is fucking awkward, bud. I mean, it's always this. I'm just debating if it is double ink and do Swords Baboom. I guess it probably is. We do this, this. Swords Baboom is so awkward here, though, but what else have I got? Fucking nothing, right? Alright, your turn. God, Whole New World off the top, please. Another one? Nice. Okay, I guess we're dead to the castle then. I don't really have a way of dealing with another one, unless we rip specifically Whole New World now. Just fucking draw, dude. Guess I just let them draw 2 cards. Like, letting it go on this is not it either. Where's my whole new world? Our opponent has 10 cards in hand. Help. Yeah, we're just dead to goat, right? Wow, 4 of them. All of them in play, huh? Nice. Sick. Sick. So good. What a game. I love that for us. Wait, I went first. Stupid fucking game. Neat. Now we're both dead for top cut, so that's cool. This is a good format. Real good format. Whatever. All right, one more round. I just hate that it's such a fucking trash deck on the draw, and it's a good deck on the play. And in the 2-game format, like, it just scrubs 1/1s all day. So then you match into it, and you're just like, oh, neat, a 1/1. Excellent. Just constantly with that deck. That's why I'm not playing it, because you literally cannot win a fucking tournament with that deck, ever. Just not at all. You will, just nobody fucking wins with that deck, unless it's 2 of them in the finals. That is the only way that you're winning with red-purple. Which is why I stopped playing it. Because it's just a bad deck. At closing, it's fine. It just isn't good in a 2-game format. And it is not good at top cut either. Because if you're ever on the draw in 2 of the games, like, you're at such a disadvantage, it's, like, ridiculous. Yeah, you can win, but, like, you're just never winning a tournament. It just doesn't win shit. Whatever. I don't know. I literally don't play this game at all. I had to use the hardcore as my testing ground to try and figure out these shit decks. Because the ranked is where I'm doing this climb, and I've only done them on stream. So, like, I was playing really bad blue steel lists and just lost, like, 6 in a row. Like, I also played 3 or 4 games with green purple, and all of them were dog shit. Like, I just deleted the deck because of how bad it was. You can see the stats, right? Yeah. So I just spewed 2 games with green purple, spewed a game with red purple, and I'm like, all of these decks are fucking bad. Like, so I just stopped playing them entirely, and then trying to figure out a blue steel list that I actually liked. Like, I was using hardcore ranked as lab, basically. So, it's like... Like, I just don't care, because I've played, like, 6 games or whatever in it. Like, my elo doesn't even start updating, really, because I haven't played 10 total games, I don't think. What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know how it keeps track of these, if it tracks the whole match or not. I assume that it does. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense how this is recorded. Like, there's no world that this would make sense. So, yeah. I just, like, I don't even have enough games in it to really have it track properly. Perhaps next season, when the when this reclimb is done, then I will maybe play hardcore. I don't know. I just, like, don't ever feel like it makes sense for me to play as many games as some of the people that are grinding. Like, I look at this, and somebody with 900 points in this just for Season 2. Like, I don't ever play this. I've never even played this many games on Pixelborn, period. This is 170 times 3 at the very least. Like, looking at the fucking stats for this, I barely have that many wins, period. Like, I just don't play that much, especially not in a single fucking season. Like, who the fuck has the time to play that many games? I just don't understand. So, like, I can't fucking care about this shit anymore. Because I would rather do other stuff with my time than only grind. And maybe that means that I'm just going to be mid forever. And maybe I'm okay with that. Like, there's only so much that I am willing to play the game over and over and over and over and over to want to participate at this many games. It just makes no sense to me. That's why it's taking so long for us to regrind the ranked. Like, I didn't realize people were out there playing 100 games a day, you know? 50 games a day, every day, all week. You know? Like, and this is set wins, right? Which means that it was at least 3 games per. You know, you can kind of cut the end off. So it's 170 times that they did that. And that doesn't include any that they maybe lost. So this is probably north of 600 or 700 games pretty comfortably. I would assume more. Because a lot of times you're going to get 1 loss and maybe you complete the set anyway. So then it's 4 per, or you might lose 1 set and then, you know, you got to start the climb all over again, right? It's just like an absurd amount of games, and I just like, I can't do it. I don't know. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how they're able to play this many games and like, maybe it's because I'm streaming them and it's a lot more exhausting to do that. I don't know. I don't know shit, so whatever. We'll play one more round. And then see that almost all of the decks are super high variance decks. Played by players who are more consistent than I am. It is possible that a 16-pointer could get in based on this. 15 points goes up to 12. But there's also a bunch of 14s that could win, and then they leap that and go to 17. And I would assume that our games won is going to be so low that it isn't really worth even thinking about for that. So we'll just play and then be done for tonight, this weekend probably. I don't know, just upset, I guess. Mostly at my play today. Even if we don't win the whole matches with the different decisions that we made, there's definitely at least 2 or 3 games today that I think I threw right in the garbage, which just doesn't feel very good. So we wait. We play one more round. Whenever it actually goes up. Oh, there's another 7 minutes left in this round. Well, whatever then. It just feels like, to me, that I am not able to play enough games. Like, me as a person, like, I don't play enough games to be as good as the players that are playing more games. And I don't know what the solution to that is. Like, I don't know how they just sit and play games all day. Just running the same deck over and over. This guy has like 700 games or something on Blue Steel this season. I don't know. It would explain why we're making these mistakes, because we just don't have 10x the reps that we would need. Just doesn't feel like when we're playing these extra games that we're gaining much practice. Like, we're not getting better, it feels like, because we made these mistakes last week. We made them this week. Or last event. This really sucks. Really sucks to suck. I just don't know what to do about that. I don't know how to motivate myself to play more. Like, I'm sure that there's a way if people are able to do it. Like, I just would rather relax sometimes. Not stream, not talk. Maybe that means I just need to play a lot offline. Feels kind of a waste, though. But maybe that's the problem with streaming, period. Is that it frequently feels like it's a waste of time unless you're actually streaming. Hey, Play Nation, appreciate the follow. A 5-minute warning. Great. I mean, I've watched him play Blue Steel too. I understand how to play. I just play it bad. Because I am bad. I am not able to think fast enough. I make a lot of mistakes in counting my ink, in making decisions and sequencing, especially when I'm streaming. Like, I can go back and I can see where I literally tossed games right into the garbage, and I do. I do go look at those things, and then I just do them again. I make mistakes like that consistently throughout events, and it just is a struggle. Because it does not feel like when I am playing and practicing and doing that over the course of multiple weeks or events that I am getting any better at not doing those things. Like, is this deck even good? Maybe we just play something else. I don't know. I am just not confident in any of this, which makes it really hard to make decisions. Because if you don't feel like you're confident in doing it, then you're not going to do it well. Whether you are good at it or not, if you're not confident in it, period, you're just not going to do well. Like, that's just the nature of almost any activity. If you have no confidence in it, in your ability to do it, like, how can you possibly do it well? It's impossible. And I just do not have any confidence in my play or my deck. So if I have no confidence in either of those things, then what? Then we wait until the next round. Still can't believe we lost that fucking round 3. Like, what a disappointment that was. We just played that so badly. Again, I don't mind losing occasionally. Like, you lose sometimes. I just hate losing because I'm bad, not because I just lost. Like, if I feel confident in the game that I played and then I lose, then I lose. But it just hasn't really felt like that lately. My confidence is shaken. Oh my god, why is every round fucking plus 15 minutes at the end? Actually absurd. I have no idea. I have been streaming all day. There is 6 hours and 39 minutes on my stream. I have been here the whole time, and I don't know what they're doing. Because they are not me. I know what I'm doing. I doubt that they are streaming it, and they're just looking to do it tomorrow, maybe, but there's 1,000 people watching Lorcana. Doesn't look like Tia's on right now, so that would make sense. Oh goody, the next round is up. Alright, we'll battle. As you can tell, my heart is anything but in it currently, but we'll battle anyway. Well, we got to get rid of a couple of these, I suppose. Tinkerbell could be good. Depending. I think I'll just get rid of these two. Pretty good draws, I suppose. Don't really know what our opponent is on what of these cards are better than others. I guess maybe the play is to get rid of the Tinkerbell over the Flav. Just play the Popsicle. It's a world where we just want to draw some cards. But maybe this is a mistake. Certainly in the dark, we don't really know. See what they play, though. The idea behind this, I guess, is that we run out of cogs, and then just whole new world immediately. We don't necessarily need this Flav at all. Just red purple again. And see what they inked, because I'm also just not paying attention. So that's good. This and pass. This is a purple something. Ink a Maui, huh? It's an interesting choice. It's sort of awkward because if we want to like double Baboom, we can't if we get rid of that. Maybe we do this. Just leave ourselves dead to a castle. But they don't need to know that. The intention of just playing cogs, and then we can like double baboom, whole new world maybe. Assuming that they play out a surfer. Still think the play is to run out Cogsworth though. Could be Beast instead of Cogsworth actually. I've changed my mind. I'm just going to do this. And then we'll draw some extra cards and we'll look to like tank this board. So sick of this deck already, man. This makes me not want to play. Can Zeus here. Honestly, just want to draw some more cards. Just like let them kill me, I don't know. If we ink these two, we can take this out with, like, we can baboom it and still take it out with Tink if we draw one. Could also just do these two on the Queen's Castle, but I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's this, this, this. Well, we don't have an answer to Mini currently, so that's not great. Gonna play this. Ink that, kill the castle. Just lose our beast to Maui, I suppose. Yep. Get rid of 2 bounce. Could use another whole new world. Grab your sword is okay here. I think we flav first. Cogs on a Tink. Tink is okay. Probably better than swords here, actually. I don't care that much about this Mini or the Maui. We can deal with that next turn. I don't think I need to ink another thing right this second. If they quest with this, it lets us just kill their Maui with our Tinker for free. So we'll see. They're likely going to run out of Tremaine. Or a Medusa to kill the Flav. Or they just bounce the Mini. Bounce Maui. Play another castle. Draw a couple cards with the Quill. Another Tinker, another Cogsworth. Or a Tinker and a Cogsworth. So I can kill these 2. And then hit this down to 3. by playing Tinkerbell Swords. I can also just hit here, shoot this, play Tinkerbell. So they would have to ink into I'll do this. Like, they have to ink into B prep here, otherwise we can attack the castle. I'm not sure. We probably lose to this castle here. Like, 3 rise just isn't enough, I guess. You just need 4 of them in your deck. It was really neat. Grab your sword. Lose to a Medusa, or we play 2 things. And lose to a B prep. Alright, send me to the Shadow Realm, sir. We're already losing to this castle anyway, so we may as well just run these out and lose to B prep. It's going very poorly, Seymour. We play badly today, and because of that, we are not in a position to make top 16. Even if in a perfect world we do everything right here and win both of our games, which it looks like we're just going to lose, we still may get blown out here and not make it on breakers or whatever. Yes, I love this for us. I don't know how we beat this castle. Five, six, seven. Like, I know that they have a Tremaine now. Like, we could play Dime, hit the Beast, play Smee. Maybe that's fine. Just ignore the castle, I guess. I don't know. Just, I can't beat this castle to save our life, so... Nice, they have a Maui and a Tremaine. Perfect. Love that. So instead of the Dime, we were supposed to just play the Beast, I guess. Unexpected. All of their cards are in all of their hand. Ink the Maui to put something in the castle. Sure. I do not have enough resources to be able to kill the board and also kill the castle. So I guess I just have to kill the castle. So I kill the castle. I can play a hard-headed and then gain 2, I guess. And then if they attack this and play Tremaine, I just double sword and hope that they just brick and we don't. Doesn't feel awesome, but it's all we have. So We know that they can wipe us here if they want. They might just quest, but I don't know. This is 2 bounce, 3, 4. I don't mind losing. I just don't like losing when it is bad play from my part. Like, I don't like playing bad and then losing. That is what bothers me. Losing is fine. You lose some. It's just losing when I play bad that is frustrating. Right? I assume that they're just going to quest, but I don't know. They're just going to quest and then play Tremaine. They're just going to quest and pass. It's an interesting choice, I guess. It is a choice, though. I guess I can't play the Smee. Because it would be better to dime this turn, I think. I don't know, we're like 2 turns away from being able to dime Bell. Bell if we rip it. Maui Goat, like I don't know what this card is. Oh, it's a Surfer, sure. I guess we lose then, because we can't gain enough lore this turn. Nice. That's great. We were on the play too, right? Even better. We were on the play, weren't we? I literally don't remember. I didn't write it down again. I don't know. Fucking real. Whatever. Just like don't care. Sure. Whatever. It's hard to care when you're not playing for anything. No, fire the cannons. Nice. Oh, cool. Love that for me. So I don't need to draw cards, huh? -1 card. Love that. Love that, love that. Doesn't feel like this is going to do it. Who knows? just down a card, so most of our choices don't really matter here. Our opponent both gets to be on the play and the draw at the same time. We got to draw cards this time, that's cool. I don't know how I ever win if we don't have this dime. Assume it is impossible to win here without the dime, but I don't really know how we're winning either way. Are they gonna play a crab or what? This is, of all the games, this is one of them, I guess. Swords kills these two. So I can popsicle first. Kind of feels like I have to swords. I can popsicle this here. And they have to commit an extra thing into fighting it, right? So it'd be at 4 health instead of 2. Not even sure it's worth it. Just rather have a fucking popsicle. Should ink this lucky dime like 1,000 turns ago. You just like are never gonna be in an opportunity to play a fucking lucky dime here. Maybe it was right to just sing a whole new world. Well, we couldn't. Double surfer, neat. Okay, do this. Say go. I definitely don't whole new world this turn. Like, we have to whole new world now, and it just gives them 10 cards. It's like pretty shit, huh? But we don't really have an option, so we do this, and then say go. Our opponent plays Tremaine. Or just quests, or plays a castle, or whatever Double castle. Oh, goat, sure. Goat bounce. Takes them to 18. So I can... die to goat. I can whole new world this turn. No matter what I do, I'm dead. So that's nice. Because I have to whole new world and then I'm dead. And if I don't whole new world, I'm also dead. So that's ink. 4, 6, 4. Alright, we gotta... oh, well, that's just great. Okay. It's fine. We attack here, we hit this. It's fine, actually. Because we can just whole new world and not play the Tinker. Play this. Play this. On the Fox. We ink all this shit. Ink. Can't do that. We just have to do this. Goat. I don't know, whatever. Just gonna pass. Just doesn't matter. Hopefully they make it. Can we kill double castle? Yes. But I have to attack it with both of my things and then hit this one. That would be 5. And then we can dime the bell. Which I think is what we have to do. For this. Boom. Rise of the Titans, this. Dime. Bell. And we die to goat, no matter what. We die to another castle, probably. Well, if they just play castle and they don't kill bell, we can win with the dime. Because this is 15. I mean, a fox kills the bell here. And it's really bad. Oh, we don't even have enough lore here to win. Like, what am I saying? This is just not enough lore. That puts us to 16. That's just not enough. We can kill this. Right? Because I can... How much is this? This is 16. Maybe we just double let it go. And then we can play Beast as well. Like, I think I always have to do this. Like, no matter what. So we just have to quest with that. Like, I just don't think that's a choice. So then, if I ink this and this, we can double these. Play the beast. Alright, here's this thing. Go. B prep. No. Well, they need to go to 12 ink for double Tremaine. I can actually ink the bell. Or I can kill the bell here first. And we just don't beat double Tremaine here ever, but we can get rid of it this way. Because the beast is also lethal. Oh, they just have 2 Tremaines, sure. Yay, we played a game. Neato burrito. What are we on? Table 46. I can't even see table 46. Doesn't matter, right? Michael. Oh my fucking god, dude. It is so hard to find your opponent's names. Jesus. That ain't it either. Can't search in the same tab to see it. Gotta search an entire different category. No big deal. Oh my god, I played down? Actually unfucking believable. The most amount of points my opponent could make is 15. So they never had a shot of anything for the cut. We love that for us. That's great. That's excellent. Truly awesome. $16 points, irrelevant anyway. So, cool. We're done with this game. Awesome. That was red-purple again. I think red-purple is just fucking dog shit right now. It is staggering how stupid it is in best of 2. Because when they're on the play, deck's awesome. When they're on the draw, the deck fucking sucks ass. If they don't hit their curve, whatever. This result is about what I would have expected from me for this weekend, so. I appreciate everybody that gives me support. Sorry that my performances are really bad, as they are consistently very bad. So, that's excellent. Really, just my favorite thing. Maybe I don't go to fucking Atlanta. What is the point? Like, flying out just to lose seems so fucking pointless. Just fucking pointless. Hey, well, that's all I got. I have no idea what I'm going to play next. I was excited to do the grind, but I just, like, I can't win any fucking game to save my life, so I'm just shit at this. So we'll just, I don't know, be shit forever.
He did? Awesome.